Can you hear me? Scooby-Doo.
Oh, I did all that damn talking. How much did y'all hear and how much didn't you hear? Welcome, everybody, again. I don't know if you heard everything I said, but I'm going to say this and make a synopsis of what I said. Um, I'm going to keep it a little short on the Iran Israel conflict because I gave a live stream about that a week ago. This has been 50 years in the making. We had presidents and presidential candidates who all agreed, regardless of political party and ideology, that they were going to plan to strike Iran at some point. Remember, a president can send missiles without the authorization of Congress. For example, did then President Barack Obama did he need the permission of Congress to send Dev Groove, aka SEAL Team 6, to Abbottabad, Pakistan, to take down and take out Osama bin Laden? What's the answer, kids? Hell no. Why? Because he is the commander in chief of all armed forces. So he can dictate military actions as he sees fit. It takes Congress for an act of war. This is just a conflict. Actually, this is just a strike. We haven't been to war yet. And Bibi, aka Benjamin Netanyahu, like I've always told you before, known warmonger, had an axe to grind since his brother was killed as a commando. Okay? Iran has been yelling death to America for 50 years. And now they're working on nuclear capabilities. They're not doing it to enrich their people's way of life. Why do you need a goddamn why do you need a goddamn mountain to cover up all your nuclear facilities unless you're trying to hide something? Thank God America's the only ones with the bunker busters that literally drill in there and explode. I believe how the story goes, six B-10 stealth bombers from where Virginia took off and got to Europe to be refueled in midair, and then refueled over the over I believe Saudi airspace, and dropped about what 12 bunker busters. You can't let such a ruthless country to have nuclear capabilities. What keeps North Korea in check are two countries called Japan and China. Okay? We could easily flatten them off the map, but the only reason they don't do shit like that is because Japan would get in their ass and so would China. I've heard last thing I've heard on the news that Iran and Israel have come to a ceasefire agreement. So hopefully we will establish some type of peace and some type of notoriety between these two countries. Because I've seen the ugliness of war. Too many people. What's up, Art New Style? What's up? What's up, Vernon? Distro, what's up? Marine. Saw my buddy today in the Marine Corps, Donnell Golden. Shout out to him. He joined the Marine Corps same time I joined the Army. We graduated high school together, went to basic at the same time, and we were sent off to Iraq during the same time. Yeah, ABM, we know it's never going to happen, but we gotta try the best to stabilize that area, because this is, everybody wants their hands in the Middle East because it's one of the oil richest parts of the world. So everybody wants a hand in it at some point. Right now, I can't give you a certain prediction, but I will say this: we are definitely living in interesting times. So hold on to your hats, folks. But like I said before, it's 96 degrees in Baltimore, but it feels like 108. And that's probably currently. It's going to be 102 tomorrow. I'm going to say this with all due respect from the bottom of my heart. If you're going to be out, celebrating like we had AFRAM in Baltimore this weekend and other events, make sure that you're up on your first aid. Keep your head on a swivel. And arm yourself. At least have a knife or two. Have a first aid kit with you. I'm looking to bring mine. I think I have mine in my car, at least the trunk. I'm going to make sure again when I get up in the morning. I'm giving y'all some really good shit right now. Old school 87, what's up? If you have, I'd rather be, and I'm going to tell you, you don't have to take my preference, but but please understand it. Look, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I don't know what type of terror cells that have been left in this country unchecked for the last 4 years, specifically, or the last 20 years when people were just given visas by everybody. I'd rather have it on me, and I like to be around friends who have it on them, because it's our responsibility to keep ourselves and our families safe. And there was a very famous black man who said, by any means necessary. And when it comes to safety, I totally agree. This might be a controversial view for some of our audience, but we all know viewer discretion is advised. So if people don't like it, tough. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I will admit to that. So when we look at this stuff, we gotta ABM says, I don't leave home without mine. The Red Cross is doing first aid courses for $30. I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna get. I pray for peace. I pray for peace. Always get one of those charging packs for your phone as well. Know where all the exits are. Teach your kids how to do first aid. Know a few martial arts. I always say basic boxing, basic wrestling, basic ground fighting, but you're not trying to fight on the ground like the UFC. You're trying to get up. But if I'm having really, really bad trouble off the ground, I want to be able to defend myself from his punches, kicks, stabs, slashes if necessary, get wrist control. And if I can't get up necessarily, anything I grab, I want to rip, tear, or break and get the fuck up and get out of there quickly. Teach your women how to fight. Teach your girls how to fight. Teach them how to use knives. Teach them how to use guns. You know my motto. I'd rather have a gun on me, even if there's strict gun laws, than have somebody, just take me apart. I mean, right now with LA, and you're having all these I don't know how it is currently, but I know in small sections of it, you're having riots. I don't know if it's still going on. If anybody in LA, keep me posted. Think about it. If I'm walking down the street in an angry mob, come on. You with your kids or something? We got to be realistic. Some Hispanic, some Arabs look Hispanic and can easily fall into those groups. Some people just are agents of chaos. Keep a lot of Ziploc bags, especially the ones that are waterproof. You're going to need those. Keep some wipes. You notice when we were going through the pandemic, everybody wanted toilet paper, but nobody wanted the wipes. Nobody grabbed the soap. Some of us need to get a go hard bag in the trunk. I know I need to renew mine. But you're going through this economics fire spread. A lot of people don't know what the fuck's going on. These are scary times. And I'm looking at you, and I'm going to say this to black women, because I'm not going to make this part of the stream, too much about black women. We got the K Michelle to talk about that shit later. Look, if you're not concerned about your safety, don't think anybody else will be. Do I think there's going to be any retaliation? Maybe, maybe not. But guess what? 4th of July weekend is coming up. Fourth of July weekend's coming up. You don't know what can be said. You don't know what can be done. What's up, AL? So, I'm just going to say, keep your head on a swivel. Even if you're in states where there's strict firearm laws, I'm going to say this. I'm not telling you to break the law. I'm just telling you to stay safe. I will say this. Make a decision between your safety and the law. Sometimes they don't add up. Sometimes they may not agree, but guess what? If I'm in charge of my family's safety, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I would do. I would say, fuck the law. What you do is on your discretion. What I would do, fuck the law. I'm responsible for the safety of my family. I'm responsible for the safety of my friends. What do they say? When the Lord asks who I send, I step out of the crowd and said, send me, O Lord. No, it's always Proxy. That's why they have Hamas. Hamas is their version of their Wagner group. Okay? Hamas is their Wagner. Hamas gives Iran plausible deniability. Just like the Wagner group gives Russia plausible deniability. It's like I said on Discord. I think it was mine or somebody else's. There's a lot of people who disrespect subject matter experts in certain fields. Here's a little tidbit that a lot of you need to do. A lot of you need to get some push knives, and a lot of you need to get a hold of some handcuff keys. Just saying. They even make laces with handcuff keys. There's little things. You need to get some lighters. You need to get some torches. You need to get some waterproof matches. Those are pretty good anime, Simply Deep. Well, it's Hezbollah and Hamas because they're both sponsored by Iran. I mean, look at Syria. Syria is pretty much a failed governmental system, and it doesn't really have a government. A lot of times, my boy Donnell was actually interviewed because he was in the Marines and he was involved with the Battle of Fallujah. And he reminded me, like, so were you. You rescued a few of them. I'm like, oh, yeah. So a lot of things when you're in no man's land, you always got to prepare, like, what happens if our truck gets hit? We might have to hot foot it. We might have to bunker into a house. We got to make sure we have enough water. We have to make sure we have enough things. So a lot of people never thought about these things because they haven't been to the places I've been. And I know. There's people who will deny my works. Shout out to Art Nearstyle. Everybody forgets he's a teacher, but they'll tell him how the teaching world goes, right, buddy? Which I think is one of the, pretty disrespectful towards the man. The man's been teaching longer than some people been alive in these parts who listen to us. But even Edward agreed. Well, turkey's turkey. I mean, a lot of countries and a lot of players, it's really unknown right now. A lot of this shit right now is at the seat of our pants. One of the most important things I think you need to do in this day and time, especially summertime, is hydrate. There's a lot of people who become victims of heat casualties and injuries. I was a heat casualty in Iraq. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you stay hydrated. Keep your exercise up. Check your heart health. Check your cholesterol. Check your STDs. Check your blood pressure. And check your testosterone, man. Do some type of resistance training. Bands, weights, push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, squats. Do something. You always want to be a capable man. That's what my grandfather says. You want to be a capable man. God rest his soul. Let's see if I can share this beautiful being footage. Because I feel a calling. I feel a, Lord. I feel a calling. It's Cam Newton's channel, so give him a like, subscribe, do something. We're borrowing his stuff. We're doing a critique of it. But to end my part about this war stuff, it's currently a ceasefire. Let's see how long it lasts. Hopefully they'll make some type of peace, even if it's very tentative, even if it's on shaky ground. But I do believe that Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities of making weaponry. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to step down. I think we need to stay the course of giving black men education, jobs, and training. Because the ultimate hero of America has always been the black man, regardless if they want to admit it or not. There were black people who discovered a lot of shit to save this country. One day we're going to go through it again on this channel. But we're going to talk about Miss K. Michelle. Switching through. If you haven't heard this, I got the short video instead of the whole thing, but this is the part where she talks about black men. And she breaks down crying, which I think that it's crocodile tears to my black ass. K. Michelle is about as relevant as her music career. Absolutely none. That's my personal thought. If you look at how she's dressed right there on the screen, correct? She got the tig old bitties out. She's got more work on her than a Formula One drag racer. You're trying to blame black men for your poor choices. You're trying to blame black men for your inadequacies in your brain. For what? We didn't do a goddamn thing to you. For what? We don't care if a woman divests. This is our motto. Like a good neighbor, stay over there. We don't care. Because you still stuck on hood boogers. You want to blame the world for your poor choices, black men? No sense does it ever make. But we're going to let you, if you haven't seen it before, batten down the hatches. Hopefully, if anybody wants to support the channel, which would be greatly needed and greatly appreciated. You know, hit your boy with a cash app if you feel as though this is educating, entertaining. Let me know in the comments section or in the chat right now what other subject matters you want me to talk about. And I do it. But we're going to go into this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, being in Atlanta all this time and then going to Nashville, where it's predominantly white. One, they go home at 5 and 6 o'clock when they're producing because they go home to their families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch, a hoe in Nashville because they'll never even listen to your music and your professional career will suffer.
I thought we would wait a little bit longer on that one. Country music will call you a bitch. Country music, some of the most draining music you'll ever hear when it comes to breakups. See, a lot of people, especially black women, want to exemplify and put on an altar white men because they go home to their families. Look what those men go to. They go to wives. What do we have to go to? A bunch of combative bitches. And remember, for all you idiots listening in who don't agree with everything we say, we speak in generalities, not totalities. So we're adult enough to know that there's people who don't fit the bill. So, when it's funny when she says that, because there's plenty of black men who literally fit the bill of going home to their families. I'm one of them. But dismiss me. Continuing.
At what point in the black community do our men create real homes? And even talking, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on Black family, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a Black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, Black men, I got to my Black men to really step up for Black women and create families.
Yeah. Give me a woo if I should go in right now. Should I go red pill in or should I go black pill, full black pill on this bullshit? I'll let you decide. Say woo. Give me a black or red pill. Which one should I go? Should I go black or red? Give me that woo of black or red, man. Because I'm gonna. I feel the spirit. I feel the spirit coming on me. I feel an unholy revival. As my mother would say, I'm going to walk a physical and intellectual warpath in your ass. Mm. 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 Let me see. Let me count the colors. All Star said woo. Radarian said woo. Wesley Roberts said midnight pill. All Star G say be as black as your bed, and it's black as hell right now. I dyed it. Don Man said black. Corey McPherson said black pill. Why not go red for her? Go red, dark red or her, crimson and burgundy. Hey. Okay, the black has have it. For those who can't take strong language with strong articulations, this might not be the time you want to listen right now. Or this might be the time you really want to listen and criticize me later. But if you're going to criticize me, at least at my name so I can get more followers. You stupid bitch. 80% of the divorces in the black community, it's the black women ruining their families. And it's not infidelity. It's because of your boredom. Every time we build families, look who takes the kids away. Every time we build communities, look who brings in the trash. You date drug dealers, you date scammers, you get pregnant by these motherfuckers. They're either dead or in jail, and then you expect the stupid ass simp to take care of them. Even the simps are getting tired of your motherfucking asses. And you expect good men, good, decent men, to wife up a woman who looks like she's about to bust it wide open for Cam Newton if he had fucking $1,000 in ones in his fucking hands right now. And you have the nerve to cry. And I hate to give it up to people who didn't see this yet. She said that she refused 3 rings. 3 fucking rings. When black men proposed to her, she said no 3 times. So how the fucking in your own words, you ignorant motherfucker, how can black men start families when you refuse to make them with black men? But then you say you're a divester. So why the fuck do you care what black men do anyway? Make it make sense, people. You don't need therapy. You need psychotropic medicine, you crazy bitch. Sometimes I know we all get mad at Cam for not saying things immediately, but this is the skill you need to develop. The skill that black men need to develop is this. And somebody put this in the chat today. Never interrupt an idiot making a mistake. always keep the fool talking. You know why? Because you're going to learn something. If black women wanted to get married so much, why are they the least married and the most divorced? Why? You know what, folks? I didn't think I was going to get this pissed off because, you know, I've been on some new shit. I only drink on the weekends. I only smoke cigars on the weekends. But, you know, for this show, I'll make a new covenant. I'm going to cut my digger, my LFD digger. I'm going to cut it in half. And I need to smoke just like I'm going to smoke her ass. You a goddamn divester, bitch. And see, this is the problem, folks. We need to stop letting divestors tell us what the fuck to do. Because a divester to me is basically no different than Benedict Arnold. You're a traitor. You're a seditious traitor. Love who you love. See, there's a difference, a strong difference between your husband or wife who's a different race versus being a divester. The only reason you are marrying this person or dating this person is to spite your people, especially the opposite sex. You got that right, K. Jezebel. Yo, everybody clap it up for Curtis for making that one up. J. Jezebel. Shit, we give everybody that credit. I got to steal that one pretty bad. ABM said divester. She's been through half the NFL. Man, she called more plays than Jim Harbaugh. She got a bigger roster than the John Harbaugh, man. I'm gonna school a couple of you cats, man, who's not used to my channel. This is something they teach in the police department. Verbal judo. This is the reason why I tell a lot of black men, be a great listener, then be a great talker. Because you could easily debunk her. She's not that goddamn bright. Goddamn chicken head. But yet, what's starting to really piss me off, like BGS said, a simple Google will show you differently. That's why do you think I said you never interrupt an idiot making a mistake? Guess who channel gets bigger? His. She cries and threatens to slap a woman in the same interview. Exactly. But you're not protected. But you put yourself in the wild blue yonder, right? Pick a goddamn struggle. I want to do what I want, but then I want to throw my hand. Alexa, play Project Pat. Don't save them. silly. I gotta say some of this shit.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating a.
Are we attacking? See, black men are not attacking. You know what black men are doing? All we got to do is tell the truth. All we got to do is tell the truth. And what does the truth do, folks? What does it do? It does what? Once you tell the truth, it accomplishes what? It sets you free. Why do you think nobody comes to this space anymore and show their ass in the way they did 5-10 years ago? Why don't you think people come challenge us like they used to? Because there's enough embarrassment to go around. But she's an embarrassment to black women. Continuing.
Homes, they're creating babies everywhere. It's not cool.
Rewind that.
It's not cool. Homes, they're creating, are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes, they're creating babies everywhere. It's not cool. And I'm asking you, other successful black men, to be, you have to set an example as leads. The cute social media back and forth on black women. Black women are strong. Black women are where you come from, this and that. So they're probably.
This is the problem. This is the problem. If you're so strong, why do you need black men's help? I don't see Superman telling Lois Lane, give me a hand with this building. While you're talking about the top 0.0000000001%, and black men making all these babies. Last time I checked, 55% of black men are unmarried and childless. But here's a stat. Well, you may have heard it. You're going to hear it here first, or hear me say it again because I've said it a few times. I'm going to give you a couple of stats. When a black woman has 2 or more children, there's a 70% chance it's 2 or more fathers. Okay? I'm going to give you another stat. When it comes to domestic violence, 70% of the time, the black woman is the aggressor when it comes to the black community. Do I need to go into the stats for, what is it, single mother homes? So how is it that the people who leave the relationships, why is it always the men's fault when you wanted to leave? Your body, your choice. Your relationship, your choice to leave. You just don't want black men to hold your black ass accountable. That's all. Sometimes you gotta asphyxiate a bitch with the truth. And I know people are gonna say, oh, that's so misogynistic. No. Sometimes you gotta asphyxiate people with the truth. Because nobody talks about the blatant lies that were spread about black men for 50 fucking years. How we're better fathers than even your whole prevailing CDC and census. How black fathers are the best fathers on the planet, even better than your vaunted white man, who is the ultimate baby daddy. Go listen, since you're so good at their country music, listen to how many heartbreaks, listen to how many fights, listen to how many walking away to go get a pack of cigarettes from the goddamn trailer park. Listen to all those songs. Goddamn Reba McEntire made a whole damn career breaking up with the motherfucker. But you don't point that out. You want to point out all this other shit, like people haven't lived outside the black community. Continuing.
Isn't any sympathy for you and just life happening, because there's so many other things around you going on that are not fair to black women. What is going on with the black family?
You destroyed it.
We are consistently creating the cycle of kids who can't come home and see their daddy there.
I'm glad she said that. Who prevents daddy from seeing their kids every day? Who wants the money but not the man? 90% of the time, even when a court-ordered child support is given to the mother, guess who 90% of the time does not pay? The mother. And neighbor, that's why God made them illogical. That's why God made women illogical. Because if men had to give birth, there'd be only 3 motherfuckers born a year. Shit hurts too much. Fuck no. They will smile after having a bowling ball sized human being come through their fucking womb. And smile. Oh, it feels so great. I want to have another one. Bitch, you almost died. This is the nonsensical B-level whoring shit that y'all wanted. When men get fed up, we'd rather leave than to die of your fucking stress. A good black man would take my bullshit. No, a better black man wouldn't take your shit at all. But you want to know why we're making homes that are broken up? You leave 80% of the time. Or let's talk the other truth. Yet a lot of your kids are not born in relationships. Oops. Oops. Can I get an oops in the chat? Oops. A lot of times, mama won't admit that you were just a fuck baby. Oops. Oops. Come on now. Everybody say oops. It's real hard to blame daddy. It's real hard to blame dad. It's real easy to blame daddy when mama, the only reason you were born because mama forgot to swallow. Had an ex-girlfriend who had her daughter thinking for years that she was a product of, that soda that black people love, the grape. Come to find out, when she talked to her father, he said, how can I take away something that was freely given and also freely given to everybody else on the block? He says, I'm just a dumb nigga who forgot to wear a condom. Oops. What's up, electrician? Or you were the baby to keep the nigga. I have a friend right now who come back from Dubai, and she even told us she was raised by her grandmother, And the only reason she had her was to keep the nigga her mother was fucking, which is her father, who was a married man at the time. Oops. Oops. Guess what? Get rid of abortion. Oops. Don't forget to put the oops behind it. Oops. Oops. You a welfare baby. You a welfare check baby. A tax benefit. A tax write-off. Oops. You're a Section 8 baby. Oops. K whore ain't shit, is she? Oops. You want to see why all these babies are made? Guess who chooses who gets to come into the earth? Oops. I've known women who got over 100 bodies with 3 kids. Guess who she chose who the fathers? Oops. If a woman doesn't want to have your baby, she will never have it. Do me a favor, Namer. Put that in the chat, please, for time of memorial. If a woman does not want to have your baby, she will fight heaven and earth to ever have it. Your mother never taught you to be oops. 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 What's the old saying? Forever a bridesmaid, never a bride. Oops. You can never overcome the struggle of being a whore. Oops. It's kind of funny when I talk to people about this shit all the time. People get mad. What you mean trained to be a wife? It's like an electrician 480. He's trained to be a master electrician. I'm a trained soldier. I'm a trained police officer. It took time, schooling, education, and experience to get to that mastery. By the time a girl is 14, 15 years old, she should have mastered on how to be a wife. Just like a boy should have mastered how to be a husband at 14, 15 years old. But because you took the father away, she doesn't know how to pick a good man, and your son doesn't know how to be a man. Oops. Continuing this shit. Oh, we getting in her ass tonight. Don't forget to hit that Cash App, people, please.
And they see their mama sad at night. At what point is the successful Black man in this world going to step in and really create structure? I see white men doing it every day.
Bullshit. Why is it that you want the successful men after you did all your debauchery? You never thinking about the successful Black man till you had all your babies. What she's really saying, what happened to all the good simps to make structure? Look at her. Got more work on her done than a 1990 Impala. So tell her to explain why I saw so many white men in family court. Because a lot of white men are the biggest deadbeats you'll ever find. What you think country music about right now? Whoring, dead beating, and cheating. Bullshit. Straight bullshit. Y'all glorify that white man so fucking much. And I could tell a lot of motherfuckers never been around white people. Come to Baltimore. I'll show you some white people. Majority of them ain't too hot either. In actuality, a lot of the white people are doing worse than the blacks here. You got some well-off-to-do white people, of course, but the majority of them ain't doing too hot either. So I don't believe that. See, it's this fixation on colorization and the miseducation. Exactly, ABM. If anything, those white boys in Dundalk, Middle River, and Essex, guess who their friends are? Black. Guess who's living better than them? The blacks. We get into that. We're gonna get to that. Hold your horses. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna have one at the chamber for that one.
I get to witness the best of both worlds every day. Getting on stage singing R&B, being here in Atlanta, I get to sing R&B, but then I get to go to Nashville and be like, you mean you ain't staying out till 6 a.m? You gonna go home to your family? You gonna write this song and leave at 5 and 6 because you gonna take care of your family and your wife? At what point do the successful black men build black families? We ain't gonna ever have a black family if y'all don't do it.
Listen to what she just said. We are never going to have a black family if we don't do it. And I totally agree with her because the black woman has failed to do it on her own. This is the reason why I tell you, I don't interracially date, but last time I checked, any child you sire, they're going to be considered black anyway, so what the hell? What the hell? There's plenty of black people in Brazil. It's the blackest country outside of Africa. There's plenty of black women in the Caribbean. Go to Africa itself. Go from the source. There's not one goddamn inch of this earth where a black man isn't the most attractive. You do know they've done new studies where they said black men are the most attractive men on planet Earth. You want to listen to one section of woman who says we ain't shit, but we go around anywhere else outside of these United States, and they say we're God on earth. Who the fuck you think I'm gonna listen to? Exactly. The first person who told you bitches ain't shit wasn't a man, it was a woman. It was most likely your mother. Your mother's the first person to tell you bitches ain't shit. But don't school you on how these bitches will act. What the hell? Let's go even further than that. Has anybody ever called Nick Cannon a bad father, chat? Has anybody ever called Cam Newton a bad father? Ice Cube been with his wife for like, what, 30 years? Sam Jackson been with his wife for like goddamn 40, 50 years. How long have Bill and Camille been together? Even Michelle and Barack with Michelle's fucking gynocentric ass. They're still together. There's people in this chat who are married with great black families.
My son will be 18 next month. Last time I checked, we're still family, right? I have a great relationship with his mom.
Ashford and Simpson. Until, I forget which one was Ashford. Until he died, they were married. This is another failed 100 octane moment. Thank you, BGS. Woo! You are a failure. You have failed the community. Yep, Nick Ashford. They were married for the longest time singing together. What about my friends who are married? Shout out to Darren, Ali, Mel, Vince. Even the Padawan just got married at 22. Shout out to Mello, who's engaged and in the military. Shout out to a couple of my dudes. Even the ones who got divorced, they're still connected amicably with their families. They just grew apart. They raised their boys and their girls successfully. What about that, K mishap?
We're never going to have it. It's just not going to happen. So if your mentality is, yes, things happen, and I'm not knocking you for that. I didn't come here for that. But
does Kate Michelle have any children? Because I don't think she has children, does she? And how old is she? And I need my answer. You never heard anybody call Future, Nick Cannon, and Cam Newton bad fathers, right? But I can tell you, but nobody calls the chick who fucking 2 babies froze to death when the grandmother was in the car with them. Did anybody call her a bad mother? Or did they feel sorry for her? The fuck out of here.
at what point do you take that black woman? Do you be at a home and show your kids what it's like, you know?
But do we stay at a home with an ungrateful wench who's going to badmouth us at every turn? Do we stay at a home where somebody thinks they're too pretty to work? You should bow down to them. Do we stay at a home to someone who does not, who wants your protection, but really wants to be disobedient at the same time? Do we stay at home and try to overlook all her iniquities and transgressions? Do we stay at home and try to be with an insufferable person? What does the Bible say? It is better to be on the roof of a house than to be stuck inside one with an insufferable woman. Even every religious book said something about the insufferable woman. It is better to be on the roof of a house than to be trapped inside a home with an insufferable one.
At what point do you take a grip to it, not make excuses for it or mantras and things like that? It is so unfair to Black women who have been the strength and builders of so many things. And I know life happens. You can't be with somebody you don't want to be with or whatever. But my grandparents did it. My grandfather, 92, died when he was 92, my best friend. I never seen another type of man. That's why I've turned down 3 rings. Because they wasn't like my grandpa. My grandpa, down 3, 2, died when he was 92, my best friend. I never seen another type of man. That's why I've turned down 3 rings. Because they wasn't like my grandpa.
My fellow Baltimorean, ABM, do I have your permission to go the fuck in? I'm waiting. Chat, can I go in about this one? Pretty please. With sugar on top, whipped cream, and all the honey, and then this is the best Sunday ever. Can I go in about this one? She's the same age as us, but a month older. Oh, you probably should have told me that. Probably shouldn't have told me that. March 4th, 1982. She's an 82 baby. From country ass Memphis, Tennessee. Oh boy. How can you spew all that bullshit when you turned down 3 fucking rings? Remember, I'm teaching y'all a class right now. If anybody feeling generous, just excuse me for a minute. I'm teaching class real quick. Here's the super. I don't get super chats, but I'm teaching class right now. I'm teaching y'all how to listen. This is the same way I solve crimes. You listen to what people tell you and you use it against them. You said you saw how your granddaddy treated your grandmother and all the women in the family, but you never talked about how the women of the family treated your grandfather. See, that's the failure you don't want to talk about. How did the women respect your grandfather? Are you in fact like your grandmother? Are you a woman? Are you a wife? See, we don't judge fruit by the bark. We judge it by the fruit. We don't judge the tree by the bark. We judge it by the fruit it bears. Okay? And right now, that fruit looks a little rotten to me. You turned down 3 chances of building what the fuck you've been trying to preach. You turned down 3 chances of making you an honest woman. 3 chances. And see, this is why you are the immortal failure.
This is the reason why black women fail. You are your worst enemy on any given day of the week. Any given day. You are the worst. You turned down 3 times, 3 opportunities, and you're the least married, most divorced. What does that tell you? Wow, we should start. We're not going to beg you. It's like this one chick 2 weeks ago. We were supposed to go out to this restaurant, and she canceled it and said, I don't feel the spark. And you know what I told her? Well, hell, I'm not going to beg you to spend my money. What do I look like? I'm going to answer that. An astounding no. I will never. There's 2 things I will never do for a woman. I will never beg you to spend my money, and I will never pay for anything lesser men than me got for free. So that means she has a son that's about to be 21 years old. But this chick, see, this is the reason why it's very important for a lot of you out there to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt them while they're making mistakes. Because they'll expose themselves more than what your talking points will. She's a walking joke and contradiction. She's a hypocrite. She's a fucking hypocrite. You turned down, they weren't like my granddaddy because obviously you weren't like your grandmother. You're a walking contradiction. And that's at best. At worst, I could get a PhD of studying your dumb ass. This is the reason why this is the gift that keeps on giving.
My grandfather raised 9 kids on his own because my grandmama died before I could even meet her. What point are our black men going to stop the bull?
I thought I was going to let her talk more. Your grandfather raised 9 kids on his own because your grandmother died. You know what? Show's over. Goodbye, folks. No. Come back. Give me a woo if you're in the chat right now. Give me a woo. I want all these people to pay attention to me. Listen to me very closely. Why does she have this much vitriol for black men? But the greatest black men she known raised 9 kids on his own because the grandmother unfortunately died. But you can't find a man like your grandfather. It's because you never wanted a man like your grandfather. You currently and never wanted a man of structure. That's what she's really telling. I don't want a man of that structure. If she had to date a man exactly like her grandfather, she will rebuke that like Paul did the demons and the Galatians or whatever book of the Bible was. She would rebuke him faster than a fucking vegetable out of a fat bitch mouth. A lot of these men that these women hold in high esteem, they would not date because they know they would not be worthy. They won't tell you that shit. Clearly, your tolerance for BS has gotten lower. Oh, it's gotten so fucking low. I don't even know if it'll ever fill up. I was on a dating site. This chick asked me, "What's one of your flaws?" My patience, it's so fucking low. Sometimes I won't even cuss you out. I just say goodbye. Have a nice life. Boop. Don't even talk to me.
I will look at you like you do not exist. Thank you. Shorty thought she ate, but she's been getting cooked. She's been getting slow roasted like some good ribs. Everything she said, literally, I want to think about this. This is only a 7-minute video. 7 minutes and 35-second video. This part of the interview. And the beautiful part about it is the gynocracy in full, unbridled action. This is your enemy. Your enemy is defeated. Victory is claimed. See, I call myself the God of War, which the title also is in the Bible. It's called the Lord of Hosts, meaning the leader of the host of the army of heaven. And I look at this woman and I said, "You're just a walking defeat." Well, Charles, you're 43 and you're not married. I pick who I marry. You have to be chosen. And you make so much money in the music industry, right? But I wouldn't marry you. What does that say about you, not me? You're right. This chick got more plastic in her body than Mattel. But this is the thing about being grilled. He's not being grilled. She's being slow roasted. Never interrupt an idiot making a mistake. She never qualified. You look at that Dr. Bryant jackass in quotations with the doctor and Melissa Ford together, and they got a dog right there sitting on Dr. Bryant's lap. What does Z say, Mr. Z? What a waste of pretty. You bitches wasted the best opportunity to get men because you know you ain't shit. Your patron saint Megan Thee Stallion has forsaken you. Y'all ain't shit. And never will be. But people get mad when I tell the fucking truth. You don't want to listen to the motherfucker who defended this country, both OCONUS, which stands for outside the continental United States, and INCONUS for inside the continental United States. You don't want to listen to the guy who's dated very beautiful women and can tell you a lot of these bitches are insecure. What was that album called? I'm the Problem. You are a walking dichotomy, maybe trichotomy at best. This is the reason why y'all can't get married. You blame everybody but the number one fucking factor, yourself. Even as a man, I had to take back and sit back and say, you know what? I'm not looking for any relationship. I might be sexual, but I'm not looking for a relationship. I've been single for 5 years. And it's really not because I can't get a woman, because I've told you guys many. Lord knows it's so easy to. There's times I get women and I look my worst. We've all been there. It is very easy to attract women. Go to guys like Ron Wills. Go to guys like Bay. Talk to me. Get in decent shape. Take decent care of your health and your grooming. Wash your ass. Your hygiene is very important. Wear decent clothes. I didn't say you had to break the bank. You know, you could go to Amazon and get some very nice stuff, some graphic tees for cheap, some nice jeans off of Amazon, some nice tennis. You know, you can get a sale on some Nikes or some Reeboks. You ain't got to break the bank. You know, you can dress well. You know, get some. It's summertime. You know, get the little chinos and have the little, you know, the little loafers on, little polo. Get some colognes. Take pride of yourself. Get a good barber. Like they say, let the barber bless you. Shout out to Ron Wills. Read a book or two. Become a little worldly. Travel a little bit. Learn some music. Learn some classical. Learn some jazz. Learn some soul, some blues. Don't be stagnant. This is the reason why I've dated women like this shit. Why didn't you get married? I've been around. Ask my cigar lounge at Fire and Smoke. They said every time you brought a bitch in here, they were fine. They even quietly said it. Even the women said it. You've been bringing some beautiful bitches in here. Then one of the women said, you brought some beautiful bitches in here, man. Why don't you get with them? It's them. It's them. I'm the cool guy. I'm the interesting one. I've lived the life. There's a reason why I don't travel overseas anymore like that. I've done it. Y'all the Johnny come latelys. One of my exes never left the continental United States until we went on a cruise with me. You're not a real man until you reject a very beautiful woman for whatever reason. Even Hall & Oates said, I can't go for that. No can do. You want my body, but you want my soul. Y'all need to listen to some of that music and listen to some of those lyrics. Y'all need to, the first thing you need to do when you get out of a relationship is get a gym membership. Every time you want to call, every time you want to go out and see her, you hit that goddamn treadmill, that elliptical, or that bike. And then you hit them goddamn weights. The best revenge that you can ever have is living well. You heard it here first. The best goddamn revenge you can ever have is living well. It's great. It is great to go past your ex and you still look like a goddamn sex symbol. And you don't have to say anything foul to her. You in your best shape. You're in your best clothing. Even give her a hug and have your best cologne on. You know what the beautiful part was when I saw one of my exes and I gave her a ride to her car when she was about 5 blocks away. And she was like, I remember talking to my homegirl, Tanya, and I used to tell her how we never used to argue. But now the guy I'm with, we argue all the time. I said, baby, you chose that green pasture. You got to learn to lie down in it. And looked her right in the eye just like that. And she had that look on her face like, damn, I did fuck up. See, if you're going to be a pass around, I'm going to treat you like you're designed to be a pass around. There are some women who are wives, some women are girlfriends, and some women are just pass around fun. She chose her fate. Don't get mad at it. Whew, what's up, blood boiling? Why should I get mad? Why should I get mad about crazy bitches who renege on a date with me? I'm not gonna beg you to spend my money. And people, my friends, be like, "You cheap." No, I'm smart. Everybody doesn't deserve me. I should be the one like Conquest. I am so lonely. None of the gynocrats like me. Every time I achieve great things, every time I ignore them, every time 5 of them come over the house and have adult fun, they get more scared of me. I am a victim of my own success. You are a victim of your own failures. See, that's the difference between black women and black men right there. Black men are victims of their own success. We're so successful at anything that we do that the United States government had to suppress us. They're so terrible at what they do that the United States government had to support them. Bars. Good night, folks. That's the show right there. It's like, I'm just joking. Bars. We're so good at what we do, the number one country on the planet had to suppress us. They're so horrific at what they do, the number one country in the world had to support them. You never heard it put that way before, did you? This ain't hate to black women now. This is just the truth. That's bars. That's bars. We are so goddamn successful historically that the government had to suppress us. If that doesn't make you proud to be a black man, I don't know what will. They are so horrific at their jobs, the government had to assist them, support them, had to literally be their baby daddies. I'm a victim of my own success. You're a victim of your own failure. That's why she's crying. That's why she's broken. She knows she's a failure. This is the reason why I always say black women project so much it ought to be on 8K IMAX with virtual reality glasses and a popcorn and a large soda. You project black men need to do no. Black men don't leave really. It's you. You just said you turned down 3 chances to be married. Because you know you ain't shit. Just like Melissa Ford. She saw the engagement ring when she was telling herself, she got low. But the woman beating, thugged out nigga she was with, she wanted him to propose to her. And he didn't do it because he wasn't of that ilk to get married. You're a failure. What a waste of pretty.
Bullshit, the social media shit and all of that, and build black homes. If we don't build black homes, we can't depend on white folk to build black homes. So when you see somebody like yours,
But for 50 years, you did depend on white people to build black homes. It's called the U.S. government, lady.
Significant other who clearly loves you, and it's all these black women rooting for her, rooting for you. They want you. to build a black home. That's their anger. They don't know you. They can't judge you for anything.
Actually, Cam Newton built several black homes. He's holding those bitches afloat, not the other way around.
They want you being who you are, being attractive, being successful. They want you to take hold and solidify and build a black home. That's not saying you're not taking care of the kids you have, because clearly you are, and you love your kids. Taking care of your kids and building a home is two different things. At what point are we going to stop these back and forths? Oh, this type of woman don't say nothing to me about that. Well, guess what? You're just weak. Like, you want a strong woman around you. And I'm sorry, like, black women have just, that we get copied from hair to body to everything.
I need to hurry up and get a camera so y'all can actually see the look I got on my face. I think this year I'm going to change the setup on my desk. Get the complete and other fuck out of here. Who the fuck's copying your hair? But see, this is the projection game I keep warning y'all about. Psychologically, look where her eyes are going. The imaginary. Notice her eyes are always going to the left, which is the imagining side. She's projecting. She's lying. I don't see too many black white women with dreads, with locks. I don't see too many white women with froze. But last time I checked, that is a goddamn Caucasian hairstyle in your hair, and you sure as hell don't look like Marilyn Monroe. But these are the psychological bullshitting questions and statements she's going to give. When are black men going to do it? When are black women going to stop leaving? Like I said before, either I lead or I leave. I'm not going to argue for dominance. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to force you into a situation you obviously don't want to be in. See, a strong black woman is code for insufferable bitch. Women are not strong. They're enduring. They have perseverance. Just like you're not strong because you give birth. You have perseverance. You're enduring. Because childbirth is a labor. That's why she goes into labor, because it's laborious. It's a Herculean task sometimes to push that baby through. That's why it's so special when she said all that shit. Yep. Look at her looking at the left side of her head. You can tell she's lying and making this shit up. She's delusional. She's fucking delusional. That's how you know a criminal's lying to you. I won't say it's 100%, but it's a key thing you should pick up on. I'm actually teaching you how to fucking look up liars. So when I may not be a PhD, but I can learn you a little something too. You know what I'm saying, G? You know what I'm saying? Every time she's looking to the left, that's the imaginary side. That's the lying side. She's making it up. This is the reason why sometimes you got to bear through shit and listen. How do I listen to my enemy? Curtis said, that's the sense of ownership they have. She thinks she has the rank to go up there and interrogate and check Cam Newton for the sisterhood. Cam Newton outranks her in so many ways. Cam Newton outranked her when he was in college. Okay? Most NFL players don't outrank Cam Newton in their playing. Okay? Cam Newton's probably making so much money, so many things. Strength is when you call upon strength is for battle, okay? You use strength for battle. When we went out there to Iraq, you had to be strong. My buddies went out there to Afghanistan. You had to be strong. You had to have perseverance. See, look, see, we learned something. Herculean is my word of the day. I'm always learning from you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. See, when I say this title of wallowing, it's either you're going to become something futuristic and advanced, or you're going to be like Kay Michelle and forever wallow in obsolescence. She's the eternal failure, wallowing in that state of obsolescence continuously. You want us to do something that it's your judgment to do. You want us to start families, but you've rejected 3 times. Remember in the Bible, what did Jesus say? You're going to reject me, 3 times before the cock crows? Do you know Jesus? Nah, I don't know that nigga. You know Jesus? Who's that? You know Jesus? Cock-a-doodle-doo. See, when you listen to a guy like Bay, you know him from his works. I always give him props from what his dad and himself has done for the black community. If it wasn't for him and his dad, a lot of people in the West Coast would never know who a lot of these black conscious professionals were. Hell, a lot of people in the East Coast either. Well, trust me, if Bay starts spitting out names of people he sat down and ate with, you would be amazed. How many people came over his house to see him and his mother or his father? When other people who call themselves woke can't even intellectually masturbate to these people. You're right. West Coast, globally, excuse me, my friend, globally. When you talk about there's not one person in this sector who hasn't touched something globally. Let's talk about guys like Art Newstyle, who brought famous black cartoonists. Hell, when he had that bomb ass interview with Jaguar Wright and others. Even when he gives you a class on art and music and history. BGS when he gives you, global politics. The anima and the animus. The octane scale. Ron Wills when he told you how to be a better man. Not for women, but for you. I don't know what the fuck y'all learned from me, so I'm guessing. But hell, I'm teaching y'all how to combat your enemy and intellectually defeat a moron. Use their words against them and hold them accountable. The biggest problem when you talk to gynocrats that I've seen for black men is that you let a bitch slide. The only way you sliding is in defeat. On your knees, peasant. What consequence do you hold for me? None. You are not my equal. I don't care how much money this chick makes. I could get married before she could. Because I'm the chooser. I'm the wheeler. I'm the dealer when it comes to relationships. Why doesn't Kay Michelle ask black women, why don't you marry before you carry? But because that sounds too much like right and accountability, which she avoids and deflects like Wonder Woman. Niggas don't lie. Niggas just tell you the stories that you want to hear. You lie to yourself first. And that's the biggest problem.
Women are the most unloved individuals in America, but the ones who have built
the most mimicked.
Most mimic. Good or bad mimic, you know? But we looking to you. We looking to you. A successful Black man, we are looking to you to
define success.
Because if the average Black man makes $39,000 to $42,000 a year, and you got a man that makes 65, kiss his ass, because that's Superman, because he basically makes double what the average Black man in America makes. See, feminism never talks about the common folk, and that's one of the criminal things about it. It never takes in fact of the common folk. It always thinks of the top. See, we want equal. Well, why don't we have equal sanitation engineers? Why don't we have equal women paying child support? Why don't we have 50-50 custody? Why don't the courts rain down Thor's hammer upon the women just like you would do the men equally? Make everybody a nigga in this country then, which they starting to do with DEI. You're the most mimic. No, you're the most fooled. No woman's mimicking you. What are they mimicking? You're mimicking every other woman. You don't have natural straight hair. You bitches didn't know what Dolce and Gabbana until you saw a white woman with that bag. But black people did not invent Versace. It was Black men that told you, stop straightening your hair out. Go grow this afro. I don't see white women with afros. Come on now. You left the most refined man the Black community ever produced for welfare, for perpetual internal poverty, to be a fucking whore, licensed and bonded by the U.S. government. You destroyed your community. Don't expect Clark Kent to put on that red and blue suit to come save you. What happens when Superman walks away?
to change the narrative. And when you don't, it becomes, go on that show and tear his ass up.
Mm-hmm. I receive that. And nothing but a white flag, because I have been guilty.
And what's up, Josh?
But if we're going to have this conversation, how we need to have this conversation, just like you're holding me accountable.
Hold me accountable.
I need Black women to hold themselves.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Uh-oh. I actually have to continue to give Cam his props because, he wanted to dig in her ass. But that's how you do it. Why can't you hold yourself? You didn't hold yourself accountable. Now, hopefully, I got some likes on this channel, on this show. Hopefully, there's a Cash App or two. If you find what I'm doing is entertaining and educational at the same time. Support your interests, man. I just broke down a 7-minute video and made it last an hour. That takes a lot of skill and talent, by the way. Licensed and bonded right there. Licensed and bonded by the Democratic Party. The t-shirts are coming out this summer. You want successful. See, that's the part I kept talking about that I'm glad y'all caught on to. There's a reason why I kept bringing out certain words. The feminist in her kept talking about the successful. But notice feminism never says shit about the common everyday plan. There used to be an old club song in Baltimore. Find them fucking and fleeing. If anytime, I'm pretty sure I should get sponsored by Trojan because after I do shows like this, condom sales goes up. Imagine having a baby by that crazy bitch. Every prayer a black man goes out, wakes up in the morning, he should say, though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what, folks? Though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what? Y'all don't understand how many content creators have to literally say that shit to themselves every time we make a goddamn live stream. Especially for black manosphere content. I don't hear enough people saying this. Though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what, folks? My motto is I don't fear evil, evil fears me. If it bleeds, it dies. If you don't say that shit to yourself every goddamn day, I don't know what the fuck to say to you. I shall fear no evil. I'm going to take you to court. Fuck you. Don't give a fuck. You're going to be homeless anyway when the child turns 18. Shout out to my boy Mike, who paid his child support for 18 years. And guess what? The family's begging him. Can you put a bitch? She's going to school. Fuck that. I'll take care of her. I don't need y'all and my money. Guess what? Has a better relationship with his daughter now than then. And guess who's financially in trouble? The mother and the grandmother. Once again, folks, we got 22, 32, whoever. Though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what? I shall fear no evil. I shall fear no consequence. With the Skeletor told He-Man, you are no longer my equal. What consequence are you to me now? You put me through hell. See, the worst thing to do to a person is put them through strife and hell. The worst thing to do is put me through hell and I walk back. I may be a little burnt. I may be a little cut. I may be a little charred. I may have some bullet wounds, some slashes and stab marks. And I'm walking back, looking at you. And I get that look in my eye. You should run. But running's not going to work because you're petrified in fear. See, the problem is with the black man in America is that we used to be feared. We allowed ourselves to be jokes. We allowed ourselves to be whipping boys. You don't let nobody fuck with you. You come with respect, you expect the same goddamn shit. What was the old saying from Mad Dog Mattis? I come in peace. I didn't bring artillery. But if one of you try to fuck with me, I swear to every love of my being, to God Almighty, I will kill each and every one of you. A man should be so dangerous, but keep it under so much control. We forgot about those type of men. That's why Cam was patient. When he taught that accountability shit, notice. Hold me accountable. Okay, bitch, we're going to hold you accountable. You ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Joining the stage, everybody's favorite mother trucker, A.L. Evans. And shall we embrace?
Enough. I've been ready to vent. How dare this woman sit up there and say all the bull crap she said, and like you said, she don't want what her granddaddy was talking about. I wish we could have ourselves a man like my granddaddy. You're a goddamn lie. You would have been to marry one like that, but guess what? You didn't want what he was pushing out. It's called accountability, honey. That's why you have yet to. How many times? 3 times she turned down the ring.
You turned him down like Peter did Jesus 3 times. We're being joined by the bitter man himself. That brings the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who embraced his villainy, Bay.
That'd be all that.
Eviscerator, babe. Please eviscerate her.
Now we're looking for. Now we have everybody joining. Everybody's favorite Axumite descendant. Everybody's favorite kooky, crazy, but cool namer.
Thank you very much. Don't forget sexy as well.
Somebody
just like the TLC album, crazy, sexy, cool.
Man, this ain't a Diddy party. Relax.
Take that. Hey. Hold on a second. Why you saying that about me, eBay, when you're the one who brought the baby oil? Damn it. Anyway.
It was for the chicks in the corner. Right?
Bring the coat. No. See, that's where you get the suspicion. That's why you end up looking suspicious. Oh, by the way, Charles.
Charles. I'm Thor. No. Wait. I'm Peter. I'm looking at my sister, and saying, be safe. I care about you, and you Thor leaning and smiling like, don't you care about me too? Like, no, move. No, but go ahead.
I know.
I'll finish your point.
Okay. Go ahead.
That I've said this when I hear chicks like K Messy Shell, or whatever the fuck she calls herself. I look at her and other women like Iran. You can't let that bitch get a nuke. That's what they want. They want the nukes.
It's a deterrent. As if she have to be taken seriously.
Me and Sandog had a nice discussion. Mm-hmm. I gotta get that motherfucker on here at a decent time. I know the time difference. Do you know what happens if your country gets a nuke?
We're done.
Oh,
done.
It's called a shot caller. All you need is one nuke makes you a player.
Everybody across the Gulf is afraid of these motherfuckers because you think they weren't scared of them enough as it is.
One nuke makes you a player. Just one nuke. It's like having the deterrent. You know how schools had that one guy, everybody had that clique everybody knew who was the number one ass kicker, who was the deterrent.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
One nuke. I don't have to hit your country. I get your boys.
And sometimes it didn't have to come down to that. If you knew the right people in that school, like you knew some people, they could help you, put that motherfucking check pressure by, because everybody got some dirt or has hidden secrets they didn't want exposed, especially with social media.
That's when I look at Kate Michelle. This is the reason why I put them both together. You can't allow people like her to get nukes. Nothing good will come of it. You already have a child, but you want a good man, a successful man. What shout out to BGS? She's a failed 100 octane.
Absolutely.
Why do you think? Well, if I was Cam, I would have checked. No.
No. You give her all the rope she needs to hang herself with.
That's why you need to look at Cam Newton, and every one of you manosphere niggas need to get on your fucking feet and slow clap to that brother.
But Cam Newton is not the one to check her. Cam Newton is the typical baby mama creating athlete. He's going broke because he's overextended his income. He has the only real resources that he has coming in that's steady is this podcast and his NFL pension, which is not enough to cover the bills that he's been paying. That's why, like, when me and Lewis, when we was talking about it, like, if I was in that position where I got millions of dollars coming in, if anything, if whatever house that I buy, house, land, and I'm gonna make sure it'll be somewhere like Florida where you no longer have to pay land tax, in case y'all didn't know. Yeah, somewhere there where I'll build a nice little compound where I've got all these little pool houses. You know, let's say I got 4 baby mamas. That's four little pool houses. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get along. Either y'all get along or you get the fuck out. But I'm not. But the whole thing is that you ain't got to worry about. Look, just pay your utilities. I'll take care of the kids. You go out, get a job, pay your utilities. But also at the same time, I mean, because my thing is my kids need to grow up under the same roof that I sleep under. All right. If you want to go out here and mess around, that's cool. Just don't bring nobody past them gates. You know what I'm saying? Like, my whole mission, like, look, we had our thing. We all need to get along. My thing is we need to do what's best for the kids. But if you're going to be out in the streets, then keep that shit out in the streets. Don't bring that shit to the house. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all got a problem, y'all come to me, especially with each other. Y'all come to me. Ain't no fighting in here. Anybody fight, getting ejected. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about your little child support. You getting ejected.
And what do they say? Name me one man of means that only had one woman in history.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, let's really look at it. But let's back it up as far as the situation going on with us as black men dealing with the K Michelle types of the world and chicks who are of lower tier who make less than 50K, who can't prostitute themselves to the highest bidder out here, you know, to an athlete or an entertainer or whatnot. You know, you out here working at Starbucks or your little secretary job, and you sitting up here, you have that K Michelle mentality. Like, us as black men, we were raised up under democratic roofs by women. All right. We've been suckered into that. It's a welfare state. And, you know, black women, we're women, period. As a collective, they don't produce shit. They produce nothing. They build nothing. They create nothing. They're just parasites. Let's just be honest. If you were to break it down to its basic compound, they're parasites.
Yeah. And shout out to my boy Dapper Dons for the $10 holler, brother. Well, the $20. I'm sorry. He says he's accountability for black women is like kryptonite. And his other one said accountability. He says getting this morning workout in while taking notes in class. Woo! Thank you, good brother. Thank you. Woo!
Right. Yeah,
Go ahead.
They're parasitic. So us as young black males, we're raised under those type of rules. This is why you have so many of us out here pulling, like, this is how you get the Derek Jacksons and shit of the world. And then when people when black men quote unquote take the red pill, and they realize that we've been suckered, that's because, you know, the veil has been lifted over off of our eyes. Some people go to the extreme, some people are moderate, some people are just, they're caught
They'll
between
pull the wool. They'll
place.
pull the veil back on. They'll put the veil back on because they're not ready to deal with the truth.
Exactly, because you know what it is, they've been so female dependent that they feel that they can't function without them.
Cipher in the Matrix.
Yeah, so they're stuck, and it's like until we as men, as a collective, and do understand men are conservative by nature, unless our nature is tampered with, you know. But until we as men get back to our natural selves, our natural way of thinking, and stop letting the brainwash, we got to get the brainwash out of us. That's the only way we'll fix it. This is why, and I'm gonna get into the politics here. This is why so many black men, as I've seen, and some black women, but mainly black men, they support not necessarily Trump, but his policies. Because if you look at what's going on, what he's been doing the past 6 months and 3 days, is that he's trying to put the financial power back into the hands of men, most specifically black men. Because when you are at the very economic bottom of the American ladder, as far as household income at $51,000 a year, it's because of two things: lack of education, which is why they killed the Board of Education and turned it over to the state's hands, and jobs, manhood jobs. Remember, Grandpa, like Kay Michelle was talking about, he had what, 9 kids that he raised? You think he did that working at a Popeyes? Hell no. He probably had a factory job.
And work multiple shifts.
Shit, he probably didn't even really have to do that, because back when her grandfather, because she's near my age, me and Charles's age, she's up there.
She's 82. She's 82, baby our age, actually. She's mine and Charles' age.
Right, okay, 82. I was born in 71. Close enough. She's young enough to be my little sister. A grandfather back then, you're talking about somebody that was born in what, the early 1900s or whatever, 1920.
Silent generation.
Yeah, you think that they wasn't working warehouse jobs back when bread was a nickel, milk was 10 cents? You working a factory job or whatever, a warehouse job or a shipping yard job. This is back in the days where you could work one job on a 4-bedroom house with a car and send your kids to college on one salary. Do you understand? You have to really look at the time period that she's talking about. We are not living in that time period anymore. But because of the current regime's policies, we're trying to get back to that era.
She's talking about like the 1980s Tennessee, 1980s, 1990s Tennessee.
In the 80s, how old was she?
No, she grew up. She was born in the early 80s. She came up in the 90s in Tennessee. Remember, what was Tennessee like in the 80s and 90s?
Ooh, you're talking about her grandfather, not her father.
Yeah, I'm talking about her grandfather. I'm talking about no. Hey, think about.
Listen.
Think about what I'm asking.
Listen.
Think about what I'm asking.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me explain it to you. You're talking about her grandfather, not her direct father. Her grandfather. Yeah. By the time she was born, her grandfather was near retirement age. The 9 kids that he raised were grown and out of the house. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
He did that probably on one salary, if not 2. But the economy was way better back then. Racism, yes. Economy, beautiful.
In Memphis.
Yes, even in Memphis. Even in Memphis, it ain't like the price of eggs in California was $2 a dozen, but in Memphis it was 20. You know what I'm saying? It's Memphis. If it's $2 in California, it's probably 75 cents in Memphis. Do you understand the region? All of that. What is Tennessee known for? What were they known for?
Memphis, the city of Memphis is mostly known for music, but then again,
no, back then. Go ahead, Google it. Take your time. What were they known for in the 60s and 70s? What was their GDP? I'm pretty sure it wasn't a banjo.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. When you look at that, and see people, I'm glad you said that, babe, because when people talk about granddaddies and shit, people don't look at sex. Okay.
Which is why I was asking what I was asking.
My father's first apartment was $125. My first house I rented was damn near almost 10 times what he paid. That's only what? 80 years, like 30, almost 35 years between, well, 20-something years. So when we look at that context, well, my dad could pay, my grandfather paid all the bills because the bills weren't shit.
$20 paid all the electrics and filled up the fridge.
$50 filled up your fridge. Now $300 you could piss on it.
She's talking about an era that no longer exists. That
and you came up in the 80s like me. So guess what?
And she was being dishonest about it.
You came up in the 80s just like us. And that's the reason I said it's important to follow her age. Why? Because she couldn't hide all this bullshit.
Yeah. And that's why I asked what I asked. She grew up. I mean, that's why I was asking what I was asking. What was because we need to understand everything in the historical, economic, and social context of that time period of her coming up. She was born in 1982, so she spent her childhood throughout the 80s into the 90s. She became a teenager by 95, March of 95, she turned 13. So from 95 up until like 2001, she was a teenager.
So you grew up the same that I did in America. Can't hide this shit. You got hit by the fucking epidemics we all got hit with. With the crack of the 80s and the violence of the 90s.
Also, keep this in mind, Charles. I mentioned this.
You know how much I was a townhouse apartment when I was in college in 91? No, sorry, 93. You know how much I was paying?
Where was this?
In Ohio. It was $400.
Okay.
Townhouse with a basement. $400.
Damn.
Where do you see that at now?
You can't
and it wasn't in the ghetto.
You could even rent a room in the ghetto for $400, and that's just a room. But yet, you want a successful. Like, this is the reason why she's failed, because she kept saying, "Successful black men, take me." No. Here's the thing. Well, you making all these families, bitch. I take care of them. Shut up.
You 40-something years old with a grown-ass son. You got a fucking BBL, fake titties, fake nose, fake face. Bitch, there's nothing about you real.
With fake ass attitude.
Right.
Her whole life is fake, Jimmy. Her whole life is fake.
He's chasing after some 20-something-year-old athlete or entertainer and shit, you know, with tattoos, with a half-ass fucking education that'll let her spend his money and she go out and do whatever the fuck she want to do, you know, like she Cardi B. You know what I'm saying?
She also
want to do. Ain't nobody looking for her like that. She's past her prime and she doesn't seem to understand that. She hasn't grasped that yet.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
And she hasn't grasped the part that a 42, 43-year-old man outrunks you. he can pick the younger version of you. Since you want to talk about very special, which was one of her songs, you're not very special anymore. You're low grade Hennessy. You're not VSOP. You're damn sure not XO. You are very special. That's what, you're normal bottom level 3-year fucking Hennessy. That's all you are. You picked 3 times. You could have been someone's missus. How many times did Peter deny Jesus?
3 times before the before the rooster crowed twice.
Three times. And even Teddy Pendergrass said you're a 2-time loser.
I guess you gotta let it go.
That's
Just
why,
another case of TKO.
that's why the next pope needs to be Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
Level of patience he had, oh God.
He was gonna, because he understood the ratings, man. Secondly, keep this in mind here, folks. The 3 men she turned down should be counting their blessings. Why? Because first and foremost, they were dealing with a single mother. Because remember, she had her son in September of 2004 while she was in college. She took time off to give birth to him. And then she went back to, and eventually she graduated from Florida A&M.
Father.
So you know right there. She went to Florida A&M. Cam went to Florida, went and played for Florida. So he then naturally outranks her there.
Who is her child's father?
I don't know, but obviously it might have been somebody in college, somebody she was in, who attended Florida A&M.
I'm willing to bet $5 in a cheese pizza that he was probably an NFL hopeful, and she tried to trap the nigga.
Or an NBA one, you never know.
Yeah, I guarantee you, he was an athlete, athlete that was hopeful, and she tried to trap him because that's what these chicks was doing back in the day. They still doing it. Look at who's the chick, the 40-some-year-old chick that got pregnant by the
Brittany Renner,
same as her son.
Brittany Renner.
No, her son is the same age as her new baby daddy.
That has to be disgusting.
She was living in an NFL quarterback's house. He had to kick her out. She living in this dude's house while pregnant with a basketball player's baby. He had to kick her out. I got to think of his name. He's a quarterback, black quarterback.
What team?
He was with the Giants and the Jets. He also played for the Browns. Damn, I cannot think of his name. I can picture his face, but I can't think of his name.
Which school did he go to?
I don't know. He was a backup. He one of them journeyman quarterbacks. But yeah, it's like she got a couple. Her oldest kid's the same age as her new baby daddy because that's her doing the child support hustle. Same thing that happened. Who's that basketball player that got all them old bitches pregnant? Yeah, they was fighting. Zion Williamson, is that him?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
and Smitty's saying Drea Michelle, Tyrod Taylor you talk about.
Yep, Tyrod Taylor, yep, Drea Michelle. Yep, she was living in Tyrod Taylor's house. He had to kick her out. He had to get a court order to kick her out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
Yeah, because she's a prostitute. Same thing with K. Michelle. She's a prostitute. That's why she didn't marry the 3 dudes that proposed to her because they were tricks. Here's the thing. She couldn't stomach these guys touching her. She couldn't stomach it because you never saw her flexing with these dudes on her social media. The whole tag the sponsor. That's all that shit was. These dudes, because of her head game, which I'm pretty sure was, it probably started off good so she could trap them, but then it got mediocre and rare. But these niggas was sprung.
Bait and switch.
They was trying to lock her down, right? And she was like, "Ooh, I'm not marrying you." Ooh. No telling what these guys were probably like over 40. These guys are probably over 40, if not over 50. And she
probably catch an STD or some shit like that.
Huh?
Probably caught an STD or some shit like that.
No, she just couldn't see
along the way.
These were sponsor niggas. These were niggas. I guarantee you, her not one picture of her has the guys that supposedly offered to marry her. I guarantee you, they're not one pic with her, not a single one.
And I'm pretty sure they don't care what she's saying because, like, hey, I moved on. I'm better without this shit.
Right. There's pictures of her. I guarantee you there's pictures of her on private jets and on yachts and out in Italy and France and all of this shit, but not one picture of the goddamn sponsor. Those are the type of dudes that be, will you marry me? And she say no. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at least Yanni had the gut to swallow her disgust for Travis Hunter because she know, hey, look, I could do a couple years of this, secure the bag, and then bounce on this ugly troll looking goofy motherfucker, half a fag ass nigga.
Hey, watch that term. We don't get our man flagged up here for that.
Sorry. But I mean, come on, you see Travis,
especially considering what month it is. Yeah, I know Travis is. He looks like a bust down. He looked like an ugly Busta Rhymes.
Yeah, sitting up here twerking and stuff, dancing like a girl. This dude dancing with the cheerleaders. This dude got moves that'll make him holding a couple belts in prison.
And on top of that, Coach Prime was trying to talk to him about, trying to get a prenup, whatnot, but he wasn't trying to hear it. And just like, and on top of that, and on top of that, Hunter's father, Travis Sr., is incarcerated right now, still incarcerated. So both of them look at this like, leave the boy be, he's going to learn the hard way. So you want to learn the hard way? He's going to learn the hard way.
So what does that let you know? He was raised by what?
His mama.
Single mother. His mama.
Ass nigga. And guess what? His mother support this fucking mindset.
Didn't say nothing.
You know what was a red flag I noticed about that woman?
Yeah,
the chick that.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna let you get back to your thought. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, I got to get back in my black pill chair. This is the reason why I can't stand a lot of you bitches, because you will never school your fucking sons on female crooked ass behavior, but you will teach your daughters how to manipulate men. You ain't shit, and you're willing to let this motherfucker go into fucking a very, very dangerous ex-stripper. You will let your son marry an ex-known stripper. Bitch, how dare you?
Yeah. Man.
Go ahead, Damon.
Okay. What I wanted to say was when I saw shouts out to Compassionate Callous. When you showed that picture of the two of them together. And I'm a Virgo. I pay attention to detail. And I noticed the biggest red flag of that picture. Because if you notice, her left arm is sleeved up, right? But I knew there was the big red flag I noticed was on her ring finger, just before she got the engagement ring. She has a tattoo of a $sign.
Oh, that
lets you know she married to
the stripper. She had that tattoo on that finger back when she was a stripper.
Then what does that tell you? She married to what?
Money.
Married to the money, just like Pimp God mentioned. Women are married to the game. They're married to the game.
Travis, that's why.
Wait, hold on, babe. Let AL go. Let AL go for a minute. AL, what you want to say?
That's why I fictionally call her K Whore, not K Michelle. She's K Whore.
Mm-hmm. As you're saying, babe?
No, I'm saying like Travis Hunter. He one of them Florida dudes, grew up in poverty. You know what I'm saying? Because he had a high school girlfriend who was probably the same color as him. He was happy to finally get him some. And then he saw this little 6, this mediocre 6, and thought she was
light skinned.
She's a 10 in his eyes, because these dudes because of social media, have been programmed to see these little stripper chicks, these little prostitutes. They see them as symbols of beauty in the black circles. He don't care that she's a slut. He don't care that she makes the money. He's in love with her, which clouds all of his judgment. But it's okay. I'm telling you right now, when the shit go left for him, you need to put that boy on suicide watch. And I wouldn't be surprised if his career takes a big hit because he'll be so psychologically damaged he won't perform up to his level.
Look at where he's from. He's from the South. He's from the South. He's from Florida. Look at the color struck. Mm-hmm. Color struck this shit.
I'm glad. You know what? For what it's worth, and I'm glad you mentioned how much what you mentioned, Charles, about how the women will not school their sons about the ways of women, but they will teach their daughters. I'm glad, not just my mom, but my aunts on both sides of my family would sometimes, not me so much, but one of my brothers, they would check him sometimes because he was easily led astray by certain chicks, and certain chicks who'd friend zone him and whatnot, and they would have a word with him. Me, they didn't have to worry so much about it because but they were teaching us the ways of women. Be careful, there's some shady hoes out here. Also, in my case, HIV/AIDS being what it is, that was a big deterrent to keep us in check. We weren't messing around like that. So, yeah. But some people only got to learn the hard way, unfortunately. Also, I want to mention one thing here. I got to bring up a quote here because when K. Michelle was blaming black men for everything, it reminded me of something. Y'all remember Chris Rock's Good Hair?
Yep.
Y'all remember Chris Rock's Good Hair? Because I remember at the end, if you remember, everybody gave their closing statements at the end of the documentary, and Nia Long, y'all got to listen to what Nia Long said because she basically, hung herself. She played herself with everything she said. But the last person to give his last final thoughts was Ice-T. And Ice-T said something that was really potent. He said, first of all, women should not blame other women for making modifications about their bodies just to feel happy about themselves. And at the end of the day, do what makes you happy. Because I can tell you right now, guys, a woman who's not happy with herself, she brings nothing but pain to every fucking body around her.
Facts.
A woman who's not happy with herself brings nothing but pain to every fucking body around her. Ice-T wasn't lying about that. And you see that with every woman. A woman who's not content. But then again, we should be women can't always chasing happiness because they don't understand what it means to be content. And I'm like, why you wonder sometimes why black women do the shit they say because and you say, well, it's because y'all want white girls and whatnot. No. The white dudes you chasing want white women. That's what it is. And when K. Michelle said, we're the most mimicked, black women are most mimicked. No, you're not. You're not the most mimicked. You're the most mocked. Not mimicked, mocked. But they all got the nerve to get mad at Tyler Perry for his new movie, Straw. Fuck out of here.
You always mocking black women.
Shit. If I want to see a mockery, you know what I can always do? I can always go back to that clip of that one skit from Mad TV where you had what's his name? Ari Spears pretended to be DMX's mom. He was wearing a dress like the grandma with Tim's.
I never saw that.
You never saw that?
Mm-mm.
It was
No.
a skit. It was a skit. It was a skit they did on Mad TV when Eric Spears was on the show, and it was him portraying DMX's mom, but he was like dressed like Big Mama with the wig and the flower dress, but wearing Timbs.
Oh Lord.
And he was talking the same way, and he and DMX were talking the same way. Yo, son, what the problem is? Yo, man, yo, moms, this is my thing, yo. I'm trying to work out my thing with Edge. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, son, I had the same problem with your daddy. He tried to buy me all kind. He'll try to buy me the world, but all I wanted was his heart. You know what I'm saying?
Oh Lord.
You gotta see that shit. It was funny as hell.
You know what? Back when I would discuss the whole dating thing, I was saying as Black men, if you really want to avoid a lot of the problems that you'll suffer with Black women, you need to date Black women who have natural beauty. And I mean, like, that goes from hair to like little to no makeup to conservative dress and everything, that know how to cook and everything. I mean, you're going to have your cultural problems. You might, and some of them are undercover feminists. That's why I never, ever, ever, ever dated a pro-Black herbal tea sister. Okay.
Which is why so many brothers have been involving themselves with Afro-Latinas, African, and Caribbean women in some cases.
I get it.
Oh, wait, hang on a second, babe. Charles, if you're still there, ABM's in the back. He's waiting to come on up. But anyways, you were saying?
Yeah, but I never dated them because they were the worst, because they were, I mean, you talk about chicks that are for the streets. You know, if anything, my best success stories came either from women from other cultures and women that were of they could be the whole natural beauty, etc., but they had a religious faith. They were like Christian or Catholic, okay, if not Hispanic or white. You know what I'm saying? I never dated an Asian girl. I had a few opportunities, but not, I didn't knock it down. But you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I get what you're saying. I get it, because take Blacks from other parts of the world, like, from the Caribbean and from Africa, from Latin America. Folks will exotify them, right? But they fail to realize these people are very conservative for the most part.
Yeah.
Most of these people come from socially conservative societies, but you don't know that because the way they're portrayed in the media misleads you.
Plus, you're uncultured. You don't know shit about where they come from outside of where they come from. But there is no government subsidy that's funding their lifestyle. This is why when they come over here, like, they'll marry you, but you're supposed to move there or keep them there, because once they come here, you understand, because marrying an American is the hustle. The whole point of it is to get over here, get that green card slash citizenship, and when the marriage or relationship goes tits up after you signed all this paperwork, to where if shit goes tits up, you're obligated to their well-being for a period of 10 years. The second they get a job and build up some money, they bounce on you, because they can either go the state route or they can just go to your pocket route. You're stuck. You're obligated. You have to financially support them. Do you understand?
Which is you don't have to explain to me that twice. I mean, you got so many people who have been through that kind of mess.
Right. Yeah. So you're stuck. So, I mean, there's so many traps for men, and trying to avoid them. If you're not peeping game, you're thinking with your heart instead of with your head, you get fucked up. And a lot
keep in mind this, babe. Keep this in mind, babe.
Yeah.
I want you to keep this in mind. Being the immigrant that I am,
Illegal?
No,
Oh, okay. I was gonna call ICE, but go ahead.
I'm in Europe and I'm already a naturalized citizen. Let's not go there.
I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you like the follow. Yeah. We should wear a condom next time. Keep it wrapped up. But anyway, understand a lot of those immigrants when they come stateside, they usually have friends and family already there. So they got a network, they got a support network when they get there. That the American that some people don't know about. I mean, I've seen a couple movies about that.
You talking about here?
What do you think? Stateside, Europe?
Yeah, because they can link up with their community. Everybody knows everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're such and such daughter's niece's cousin. Okay, yeah. Come on, we got you. We got a spot for you.
Which is why, if you think brothers have it worse. I mean, look at white men when with the whole thing about mail order brides from the former USSR.
Wait, hold on. Let's set that aside right quick.
Okay.
With some of the best Black female relationships I've had have been with conservative Christian women. Do you understand?
Okay.
Little to no makeup, maybe some lip gloss, maybe a little blush, natural hair. They can wear it bone straight, but it's not chemicalized. You can do that.
Natural beauty.
Right. Natural beauty chicks. And they're sweet. They know how to cook. They keep a clean place. They're very feminine in their demeanor.
They're not disrespectful. They know how to be very polite and care. And they're very also, I'm sure a lot of them were also well-mannered, well-educated as well. When I mean well-educated, they are intellectually stimulating. They can hold a conversation.
Like K. Michelle, 2 engagements and once being asked, to marry. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't work out because one, we were too young. She was not the right fit. I was smitten. The second one was the materialistic side of her. Once we got to that area, then the real came out, which was a financial money pit. And of course, actually 4, to be honest. The third one, I should have married her, and the fourth one passed away. So,
God rest her soul.
Right. So it's like, do understand, it's not like the opportunities, especially for us as men, if we're trying to at least pick from the proper pile, it's not like they're not there. It's just a matter of being able to not let your heart guide you. You got to be guided with your head. But the problem is that as we see way too many brothers, because of how we were raised in a Travis Hunter type household, we're not using our heads. We're using our hearts and our little heads, our lust. We're caught between the love and lust, which overrides our common sense when it comes to dating. Also our politics. And it kills us. It destroys us every single time. Every single time.
Which is why
a
lot of young men need to be taken from their mothers and raised and being raised by men and being schooled about the opposite sex and the ways of the world and how to be logical thinkers. But let's not forget the education system. I've mentioned this before, and we talked about this on other podcasts about they've taken out a lot of learning out of school, especially high school. Like how many kids were taught home ec and whatnot, how to be responsible in a household? How many of them were taught shop? How many when they were taught about the ways of the world, how to think critically? Y'all are hamstrung right from the get-go. I mean, AL remembers when they had shop when he in his day. I remember, unless you went to a technical high school or something like that, you wouldn't know anything about you know what how to work, how to do like basic appliance repair and whatnot. So you guys have been like hamstrung right from the get go. They took a lot of things out of black high schools. ABM, I mean, in order to become an electrician, you had to go to a technical high school, correct?
No,
How did you become an electrician?
I learned on the job training.
Oh, okay.
In the mid '90s, when I was in high school,
Yeah.
I remember teachers telling us trades are dead. If you're not going to
Right.
college, just hang it up.
See,
That's what teachers were saying. I remember I had auto mechanics class. I was probably the
Y'all
last
got
generation with that
discouraged.
shit.
Yeah, I get it.
I was
Y'all were
probably the last
discouraged.
generation. All that shit, wood shop, all that other stuff, that was going by the time I got in high school. And that's why you see everybody bitching now. When you see everybody bitching about student loans, that's the generation that was just following directions. That's what teachers was telling them. You better go to college. So you went to college. You took out your student loan.
And most of
Nobody
them
told
end
you
up
that you
on
was never
student
going to pay the
loans.
shit back. Nobody told you was going to be underwater the rest of your fucking life with that loan. They didn't tell you that part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got a generation out here that's in debt. That's part of the reason why you see these women mad, disgruntled, because you're out here in the world and you have to fight and claw and scratch like everybody else, and women were never meant for that.
Not to mention how many brothers of y'all generation, they realized, high school, after high school, college wasn't it for them. So what do they have to do? They try to get into trades one way or another. And some even ended up enlisting. And those who enlisted, what happened to them? Many of them got shafted one way or another.
Yeah,
They were the smart ones when you look back on it.
Y'all remember me saying it's going to take 2 generations for this shit to be set right again? Because with everything that you're seeing going on with the laws that this administration is dumping, as far as with Section 8, welfare, Social Security, food stamps, all of this shit, bringing jobs back for unskilled labor, which would be, a lot of black men. This generation right here that's in debt, they have to die off. They have to die off. And the thing about it is that the mentality that the younger women who are in their 20s now that the baby / welfare zaddy hustle has been destroyed, they're going to have to go out here and do understand they still going to do something about adult entertainment. They haven't even hit it yet. But a lot of women are not going to be that route. These girls are going to be smart enough that the ones that are like 1 and 2 years old now, when they grow up, once they start becoming teenagers and adults, and they can't do the baby mama welfare, Social Security, whatever hustle, they gonna have to understand, I got to get with a dude if I'm gonna make it. All this 50-50 talk, they gonna be looking at their grandmothers and mothers like, damn, y'all was some stupid bitches. Why you paying up?
That's going to be the only way. I've been saying this.
Yeah, y'all was very stupid.
You're going to have to get with a guy, and you're going to have to make that work. You're going to have to put your $40,000 a year salary in with his $50,000 a year salary, and y'all going to have to make it work. And you're going to have to be responsible. You know what? All you can afford is that 1-bedroom apartment. You better be fucking happy, because after that is the homeless shelter.
And don't have kids in the process.
You know what I mean? You better be happy it's cable ready and it got central air. What's the problem?
The water is included in the rent.
You know, and you know, when you get knocked up, okay, you go to the rental office, you upgrade to the 2-bedroom.
If you can afford
But
it.
this notion of fake black wealth and status and name brand and all this bullshit, it's going.
Oh, especially with these tariffs, when they settle the tariffs with China, you ain't gonna be breaking your neck to. I mean, they already settled it with the UK, which is like they sell us the luxury items, shit that you don't even need, shit you don't even buy.
Shit you already have 10 of. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you gonna.
When the fuck did black people become so uppity? You know, I remember Jordans was. I remember, you know, old people was lecturing us about Jordans. Why you paying all that money? You paying $150, nigga? That's nothing nowadays. Now you got people out here running around buying $800 Balenciaga sneakers,
bruh.
That's why.
My God,
That's why.
For what?
Wait,
Yo. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
This year, I bought 5 tennis shoes and regular shoes. None of them cost over $90. Get the fuck out of here.
I remember mentioning this.
Motherfucker, hell no. Who am I trying to impress outside of myself?
Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. Before we continue, Charles, if you're still there, Ray's in the back. Can you let him up, please? Hold on, Ray. But I'm glad ABM you mentioned, you know, the Jordans and everything, because I remember a few years ago, I remember mentioning to people, like, there are some places you can go to where you can buy decent shoes without having to break the bank. And you can get like customized, and they're affordable, customized loafers and wingtips and whatnot, dress shoes. And you can get them. And it was a website, I remember. It was like they worked on both sides of the Atlantic. They were called undandy.com. I'm not sure if they still work around, but I'm going to check that out later.
Look,
I remember.
I was taught the only money when it comes to shoes, the only money you spend some money on when it comes to your shoes is your dress shoes for your suits. So that way you look clean. You know what I'm saying?
Clean as a whistle. Hey, why do you think being cool? What was it when you look good? What they say? You look what? Hey.
I don't know. You say.
Look clean.
Oh, yeah.
Brother looking clean.
Yeah, look clean. At least look clean.
You know
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is the bitch fucking you or your Nikes?
Shit.
Or your Nikes? Then hey, do what you
That's
need.
That's why I'm glad I didn't have Nikes like that. I mean, when I did have some Nikes, I did like have a couple, but my dad was smart enough to explain to us, like, dude, skip the Nikes. You got the Fila's over there. They're more affordable.
No, don't get me wrong. It ain't like I'm buying pay less specials. I'll wear the shit out of some Nikes or whatnot, but I'm not gonna break my neck if they look okay. These look nice. I like these. Yeah, these will work with this outfit. Oh, they only look $70. Okay, cool. Add them to the shopping cart.
Let me take it back further. You remember the Cosby Show?
Oh, with Theo.
Yeah, the Gordon Cortrell shirt.
Peanut butter and bologna. I want to look good.
Hell, I remember that one episode where he pierced his ear, and how much that came back to bite him in the ass.
I'm sorry.
But then again, everybody got exposed. But who you supposed to impress? Who's supposed to impress? I mean,
impress yourself.
Yeah.
Impress yourself. You trying to keep up with motherfuckers who ain't thinking shit about you. You trying to keep up with people who don't contribute shit to your life or your household, your refrigerator. They don't put no gas in your car. You know what I'm saying?
Which is what. I mean, I'll even go further. Everybody, because remember, we all grew up with MTV, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not we had cable or whatnot. And when we were all young, now you were older, you're a decade older than most of us, man, except for you and AO are older than us by a decade, but y'all remember there was a show I remember by Robin U. Lee from the late 80s into the 90s called Lifestyle, the Rich and Famous.
Yeah, I remember that show.
I remember that show when I was little. But then again, what show got its inspiration from that show? MTV Cribs. The only episode, there were a couple episodes I liked on that show, but I was like, I don't want that lifestyle. But one episode I loved was the one when one person they had on the show was Redman, because he kept it real. Because when Redman did MTV Cribs and was grimy as hell, I was like, okay, I can relate to this motherfucker. But I understood that's who he was, but he was also being funny about it. But he was also taking shots at the absurdity on the show, because he knew everybody was faking the phone call.
The problem with this generation is nobody wants to put in the work to get that
too.
shit.
Always looking for the fast way to get it.
You're going to college, but what are you going to college for? What are you majoring in? Are you really putting in the hours? Are you putting in the study hours? Are you really trying to excel in your field, or do you just want to, because you have the perception of, okay, I have a college degree, now I'm going to get a job? Well, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a fucking job. 60 grand.
Is Bolivian ballroom dancing?
You understand what I'm saying? Meanwhile,
let me put it this
somewhere
way.
right now. Meanwhile, there's an Asian kid somewhere right now. His mother and father already made up their fucking minds. You're going to be a doctor. You don't have a say so in the matter.
And that's the problem right there.
They're going to make him sit down while you're buying your kid high priced Jordans and foam posits at $200 a piece, and this little dude is in the 3rd grade. This Asian family is taking your nickels and dimes and dollars in the little corner store chicken joint, and they're going to send their kid to a real college. And they already told him, you don't have a fucking choice. And when he gets out of college, he's going to be a doctor. And if your kid is lucky enough, because remember, that kid is going to go to a real school while your kid goes to the shitty public school. And then that kid is going to come out of college because he put in the hours, he studied, while everybody else was, quote, getting the bitches. He was hitting the books. And that's why
nobody was messing with the Asian kid.
He's married.
Right? He's going to be the doctor, and you're going to be the fucking security guard downstairs with the yellow jacket.
You want to hear something funny, bro?
All right, go ahead.
Top 5 earners in the United States are. It's 2 nationalities. Top 5 earners in the United States per household.
Indian and Chinese.
Yeah, Indians and Asians.
Indians and Chinese in particular. Asians, okay. Wait a minute. South Asians and East Asians.
Yeah, 5. So you got the Indians from India. And then you got 4 variations of
and you know what, Bay? They know where the money is. When they get out of college, they go where the money is. There's a lot of Indian motherfuckers on Wall Street.
Not just that.
Your boy Vivek Ramaswamy, he comes from Wall Street.
You know
what?
Actually,
black people talk a lot of shit. Black people talk a lot of shit, but don't know a fucking thing about anything. You never see black people talking about that. All it is, black business, and we need to create businesses and all this bullshit. Dude, look what everybody else is doing. Everybody else is just going where the money is.
You know where their parents got their start at? You know what funded their kids' education and everything?
What?
Corner stores.
What I just say about the corner
stores? Hold on a second.
What I just say?
Corner store. Oh, wait up. It was corner stores, hotels, service sector or jobs,
liquor stores, gas stations,
gas stations, motels, depending on the ethnicities. Because remember, certain ethnicity. Because you ever heard of Akash Singh, the comedian?
No.
Akash Singh, he's a Punjabi He's Punjabi. He's from the western. He's originally from the western part of India, but he was born in the States. Little dude, green eyes, dark hair. Last name Singh. You think he's a Sikh, but he's actually Hindu. But
Very attractive, isn't he?
yeah, yeah. But here's the thing. He could tell what your back. He could tell what kind of business. He asked the Indians, okay, what's your background? What's your background? If he knows exactly what your background is, he knows immediately what kind of business your family's in. Because, like, I remember he said, like, if you're a Sikh, you probably own a liquor store or a corner store or some shit like that. If you're a Gujarati, you probably own a motel or some shit like that, or your family does that. And a lot of them were doing all that, but next time forget, they weren't just doing that. A lot of them were also becoming doctors, lawyers, engineers. Yeah, some were going into IT. Others were going into business administration. Others ended up going into going into bureaucracies as well.
Yeah.
So you got some bureaucrats in there.
What they make their money when they come here is immigrants,
Mm-hmm.
especially when they come in from the ground up. They go into industries where the poorest spend their money at the most, and then their children.
And they network, they network as families, as a whole community.
Exactly. They put their money up. They put their money into a school. Somebody comes over. Hey, look, I've been working, busting my ass. I need this loan for, to open up a store. So they use the money to help you open up your store, give you all the connects and everything. And then you pay it forward by putting a certain amount of money in back into the pot. And then that money goes to the next person.
And hook somebody up with the information they're going to need. Like, say,
and on top of that,
system.
And on top of that, they work their asses off. I used to work with an Indian dude back around 2002, 2003. Worked in a warehouse.
Yeah.
Him and his brother, they co-owned a liquor store out what's that shit called? Out Bel Air, Maryland. He told me one day.
You tell me.
He told me one day that the store made about $1 million a week.
God damn.
The fuck?
So he was working there just to keep himself busy.
Yeah.
I used to think he did coke because I'm like, it's no way in hell. He was like, because we work night shift. He was like, yeah, man, I get off in the morning, I go to the store, me and my brother open up, whoop, all that shit. Listen, black people don't understand where the money is in anything. All black people want to do is buy shit. It's never about own. This is why I hate when I hear black people with these fucking YouTube channels and somebody want to talk about black business and all that. Man, shut up, man. Those days are over. Niggas
only black business I can tell you the ones run by Africans.
Look at all the black people that do get money. Like, okay, so every year we got the fucking NBA draft, we got the NFL draft, right? So here's a new crop of fucking multimillionaires. You never hear black people, these so-called black rich people, ever talking about hedge funds, starting investment firms. You never hear them talk about it.
Oh, you want to hear something funny? Back when before Barack Obama was president, when I had my original Bitter Truth Show channel, I was actually it was when Barack was president, his first term.
Right.
Trying to, and tell me if you've heard me say this. I looked up ghost towns. It was one ghost town. It was $1.8 million. And I was saying that 25 million would be a beautiful start because you can build a factory that produces the 5 things that black people spend their money on the most. All right. Shoes, entertainment, alcohol, beauty products, and music. Of course, entertainment being movies and shit and music. But what you need to do, this is what I was saying, instead of you as a LeBron James signing for $90 million and Nike make $900 million in their first quarter off of you, and you just got this $90 million check, what you should do, you get these black agents, okay, to go to these athletes and be like, hey, look, don't sign the deal with Nike or Adidas. Take your signing bonus money, okay, because you signed your contract before the season starts. Take that money and invest it with, our company, we'll go ahead. We'll hire the 5 best sneakerheads out of New York. 3 to vote. 3 best. Majority rule. We'll create you 4 shoes. One is your rookie opening. Let's say you're a basketball player. Your rookie shoe to start the season. And if you ball like you supposed to ball, because we're not gonna rip you off like LeVar Ball was trying to do. Hell no. We're gonna make it reasonably priced. You ball like you supposed to ball. Then we come out with what comes first, the All-Star or the Christmas break?
Christmas break. All-Stars in February.
Your Christmas shoe. We drop that in November. Then you
holiday season
break shoe if you're good. And then you got your playoff shoe. You know what I'm saying? So before that whole season, we just dropped 4 shoes, 4 of the baddest shoes out there. All you got to do is go out there and fucking perform. We'll sell.
That's the thing right there.
And instead of you just getting 90 million, you can turn your $3 to $5 million with your own setup store, your own, drop store. Like what's the name was trying to do for his son. 50 Cent tried to do for Marcus. You know what I'm saying? Sell the shit online. You got the inventory. We'll do your inventory. We'll do all your producing for a cut.
But here's the problem with that.
Reduce the cost by having a brick and mortar store when you think about it.
Here's the problem with that, babe. Here's the one problem you got with that. You're assuming black people give a shit.
Exactly.
Remember when Marbury came out with the Starberries? He said the same thing. He said, hey, man, listen, you don't got to go out here and spend absurd amount of money on these fucking sneakers. Here's my shit, reasonably priced. Buy it. Did you see black people run out and buy the shit?
No.
Starberries.
You're assuming black people give a damn. Black people love name brand, yo. Listen, Russell Simmons talked about it for years. Every time you saw Russell Simmons on TV, what was he saying? Support your own, buy your own. Fat Farm. The shoes. Come on, we got our shit now. Buy our shit. Nope.
Carl Kanai.
Nope.
K-Swiss.
All of that shit. Inichi, all of that shit back in the 90s.
Pele jeans, I remember.
When the 2000s came around, they took it right back. Because back in the mid to late 90s, it was all about Tommy Hilfiger and shit.
Oh, I remember I had a Tommy Hilfiger.
2003 came around, they took it right back to the white man. Now it's all about polo and shit.
But wait, you ain't got the answer, Sway.
Don't forget about also, besides Hilfiger, you also had Rock. Yeah, hold on a second. Besides Polo, to Hilfiger, because remember Hilfiger said some things about black folks. And then also, let's not forget Polo, Ralph Lauren. And that's when everybody started talking about, like, Versace. Also, of course, Versace was already dead by then. D&G, Burberry.
Remember that?
What else? Prada
was trying to tell Kanye, instead of trying to run to these fashionista people to sell your product, why don't you create your own shit and sell it yourself? And he told Sway that Sway didn't have the fucking answers. Now look at Kanye and his fucking product line. Where is it now? Whose hands is it in? Is it in his hands or is it in the Jews' hands that he hates so much? Who has control of his shit? Yes, it's not Kanye. But Sway didn't have
small hats.
Sway didn't have the answers back then. But yeah, but getting back to the Starberries, y'all remember what's his name? The Marbury dude, the basketball player.
Stephon Marbury.
People selling his shoes at a reasonable price. People didn't like him. So when he left the NBA, he went overseas. You know what the
went to China
was over there overseas? Starberries. They loved them goddamn shoes. Them shoes were a hit. They were a hit like David Hasselhoff is a German singer.
David Hasselhoff.
Right. So you ain't got to limit yourself to America. These little spoiled little sycophant, silly motherfuckers. If they don't like it, fuck it. I'll move my product to another place. That's what I was saying about what's the white girl, Caitlin Clark. If she quit the WNBA and went to play overseas, she would make so much fucking money off of merchandise alone. And she wouldn't have to worry about dealing with these racist, bitter bitches, you know what I'm saying, coming at her crazy. They would welcome her over there because they know that she brings money.
And competition.
Right. But the whole thing is
because in Europe, they would, first of all, how many leagues would want to sign her to play for their league?
All of them.
I can think of like 2 or 3 leagues in particular. I can think of 2 or 3 leagues in particular, like who'd want her to sign, like the Spanish league or the French league. Hell, if she went to Turkey, they would roll out the red carpet for her.
You got Ice Cube firing bitches over her. You hear about that?
I mean, the big three.
Wait, did you
the
hear
big three?
That? Some chick worked for the big three. She's supposed to be watching the big 3 game. She was tweeting about Caitlin Clark while she's supposed to be paying attention to the game. He fired her for that.
Well, Ice Cube's been upset about, like, because like the NBA's been, because like he claims like the NBA's been doing them dirty, doing the big 3 dirty.
Yeah.
Because he said, like, we're not competing with the NBA, man. We're more like complimentary to them. But they just getting greedy.
He needs to take that shit overseas.
Take that shit overseas. Indeed. I mean, that's why you got like, hell,
remember he tried to help what's her name with his drunk broke ass. What's the basketball player?
Which one? You're gonna describe
the little drunk when he played for the Sixers.
Allen Iverson?
Yes, Allen Iverson. He hired Allen Iverson to coach one of his teams. This motherfucker can't stay off the drink. He's supposed to be coaching the game. He in Las Vegas. He gambling and intoxicated. They had to literally drag him away from the table, stumbling and shit, smelling like a goddamn back alley hobo.
I'm sure it would have been better if they had like Dennis Rodman or something like that, maybe.
Well, I think I don't know. No, Bill Laimbeer was coaching in the WNBA. He won the most championships ever in the WNBA as a head coach.
You know what? If they brought back Bill Laimbeer to coach the Chicago right now, he would have his foot knee deep up in Angel Reese's ass.
He'd had her traded. He'd have traded.
Yeah, that how you. No, he would have traded. You're right.
He'd have traded her because she can't play worth the shit. She's undisciplined. She's uncoordinated. The chick is just not cut out for. She's not a basketball player. Let's just be honest.
She peaked at LSU, as Snowman would say.
Yeah, she's done. She's done. And I don't know that as much as they're trying to make her, they're trying to force her to be a star, but she's just terrible. She is not. I'm a better basketball player than her, and I'm only like 5'8". You know what I'm saying?
She's 6'4". She's 6'4" and left-handed.
Shit. I'm a better basketball player than her. I'm 53. I can at least get the ball in the hoop. Shit.
What else some bullshit?
Layups and shit. Block shots. You are terrible. You are terrible. She should be traded. Just trade her ass. Trade her for somebody that's stupid enough to give away a good center or a good forward. And I guarantee you the Chicago Sky's fortune will turn around because they don't have bad players. That other girl that plays opposite of her, that girl can play. But Angel Reese drags the team down. She has the worst percentage damn near in the league.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen to this girl. She's not gonna get traded. This is gonna be her last season. They see that this girl is not panning out. They're not gonna give anything for her. They're gonna waive her. That's what's gonna happen. As long as she keeps up trying to be a social media diva instead of a basketball player, because the thing, if you think about it, she does have height. She can semi rebound. If they
She's just too lazy.
if they learn how to put effort coaching wise in the transition, okay, you go play defense, you go block shots, and you go rebound. We don't even want to think about you scoring. Just rebound, block shots, and defend. She might be able to make it. But if she goes the rest of this season trying to prove she can score where she averaged below 2.4 points per game, cut it out. She's a wash. She will wash her own self out. Trust me.
Good Lord. Good Lord. And you know what? Speaking of which, I'm glad that now, what's the chick? Sophie Cunningham?
Uh-huh.
For the Fever. I'm glad she's on that team because it's about time somebody was a real fucking teammate to Caitlin Clark. You bitches sitting up here riding in goddamn luxury on private jets and shit because of her. And y'all letting these other scraggly, jealous, racist ass bitches fuck her up.
Wait a minute, you talking about the one that you mean the one who headlocked what's her face after in retaliation for poking Clark in the eye?
That's Sophie Cunningham. Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah, so because
fuck shit.
She didn't give a fuck when after that she got that technical. Say, hey, bring it. I don't mind getting ejected. If I'm gonna get mine. You touch my teammate, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Right. She said it. She was like, I'm not gonna sit up here and let them fuck up the money. She literally said that. I'm not gonna let them fuck up the money. Like, what the fuck? Like, everybody's talking about the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark. The reason why you all are trying to get these pay bumps and riding in luxury now instead of flying on fucking Spirit Airlines to go to games is because of her.
Coach.
Right. You see, you now got men outside the stadiums and shit asking you bitches for your autographs. I mean, it says a lot when who's the fucking the bitch that was in the Russian prison?
Do we got to mention her?
Well, just for
Brittany Griner.
Yeah, Brittany Griner. When she made the statement, it was such. I mean, I thought Whoopi Goldberg said something fucking stupid. This bitch had the nerve to say that now at the games we're here grumblings and people talking behind us and everything, you know, because they're here to watch the game. It used to be quiet. It used to be a little club. Bitch.
You ungrateful little pain in the ass.
But yet you gonna complain about how much y'all ain't making? This is how you get the pay raise. This is how you get out of the red by filling the seats. But it takes talent for that to happen. And a lot of you don't have it.
You think she listens? You think she pays attention?
She should have stayed in a fucking Russian prison. She is
Accountability is all females kryptonite. We keep trying to tell y'all.
Wasn't that the dumb bitch who paying child support for kids she didn't sire?
Yes.
Yeah, that was her.
Absolutely. That's the one that got stuck over in Russian in the prison and couldn't take it. Didn't want to take no accountability for. You were the one who was carrying vape pens, which is this, that, and the third.
Your dumbass. Her dumbass should have stayed where she was. Instead, her wife, her agent both told her, don't go to Russia. Your teammates they said they're not going to play at Russia, but you went anyway.
With tensions high,
dumbass.
In America, and she got fucking weed cartridges. And they tell these athletes and whatnot, hey, these are the do's and don'ts of these countries. They don't play. They're not America. They don't wrist slap. They don't look the other way.
Not just that, Bae. Not just that. Usually you have a handler waiting for you when you get there. The team always has a handler waiting for them when they arrive. The team didn't know she was coming. So when she went through customs, think, it's no big deal. Dumbass. It is.
Well, she was on her way out. She was on her way back home when they caught her.
No, she was coming into the country.
No, she was on her way out.
No, she was on
No.
Wait, was she?
She was picked up at no. She arrived at wait. She arrived in Moscow, at an airport in Moscow, not notifying the team because the team was in central Russia in a place called Katerinsburg.
Okay.
She never notified them that she was coming because she had to know, because like any team, you're supposed to, because any player, they're supposed to, through their agent, notify the team that they're coming. And the team is supposed to make the arrangements for them. So they don't have to go through the...
She tried to pull a surprise motherfucker on a professional WNBA team out in Russia. Is that
the Russian Premier League team. The Russian Premier League team. She forgot. She thought, hey, her agent was would you wait? Hey, I know you're fucking with me right now. I'm trying to be serious here, okay?
I'm thinking about how dumb this girl's logic is. I'm trying to
Yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm trying to explain to you. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. First of all, her teammates, most of her teammates, because most of the players on that team were from the WNBA, first of all, who played in Katerinsburg. Most of them said, we're not going. She was supposed to, and they were supposed to report that February. She went alone. Her wife told her, her wife from her second marriage told her, don't go. Her agent told her not to go. But she says, I'm okay, I'm gonna go. Because at the end of the day, she was either gonna stay in Phoenix and risk getting arrested for failing to pay child support, or she had to go get that money, right? So she went, but the thing is, she didn't follow the protocol required when you go. You're supposed to contact the team because remember, you're playing overseas. You're there on a work visa, and the team is your sponsor. So you're supposed to notify them. Don't interrupt me. You're supposed to notify them, and they're supposed to make the arrangements, make sure you don't have to go through the hassle of customs and everything. She didn't do that. She went there on her own dime. She ends up, and she flew, and she made the arrangements herself, and flew when she got to Moscow. Apparently, allegedly they caught the vape pen in her bag, and asked her, "What the hell is this?" Your dumbass went with a sense of entitlement and not adhering to protocol, and you end up in lockup and end up being a bargaining chip. And because of you, the merchant of death had to be released just to get your ass out. I'm done. So that's what else is new? What else is new?
Now she's over here talking about some fucking white girl, and there's a crowd behind us. I miss playing in an empty stadium and staring at other women in the shower.
You're 6'8". Shut the fuck up. You're 6'8" and on a second marriage. Shut the fuck up.
And can't dunk or play ball worth of shit.
Hey, for what it's worth, at least we don't have to deal with another pain in the ass in the form of Liz Cambridge. Y'all remember Liz Cambridge?
No, who was that?
She's 6'8", 6'9", Australian.
One of the most finest, evilest basketball players that ever lived. Body wise, the bitch is holding. Basketball wise, this bitch will punch you in the face, cuss you out, tell you ain't worth a damn. Every contract she had, she walked away from, and the bitch could play. She was like, I'm not making enough money hooping. Let me go do OnlyFans. But not even that's working right for you now, honey.
Yep.
In a nutshell. Oh, she was cold. Trust me.
Yeah, the average monthly payout for an OnlyFans chick is less than $200 a month. That's on average.
Yep.
Now that should just let you know. Don't even believe a word they say when they say that they're the most highly educated. You could be the most highly educated in the world, but you're the dumbest when it comes to logic, ration, and reason. If you only making less than $200 a month at OnlyFans, I wouldn't give a damn if you Liz Cambridge or another bitch. That's what y'all average at is. But she was making more than that playing basketball. But that wasn't enough. You thought you should be getting paid the equivalent of a man. You're not a man. You have 2 ovaries and a vajayjay and 2 breasts. You bleed once a month and don't die. You'll never be worth the equivalent of a man. But when you speak these hard truths to them, oh, you're bashing us. You're hurting our feelings. No, we're not. We're just giving you true
Bitch thought she
constructive.
was hot shit.
Yeah, she
Like I
hot.
said, bitch thought she. Nah, she ain't.
Not the definition that she thinks she is.
Yeah, I'll just be honest with y'all. If she switched to volleyball and left basketball alone, since she like dressing like that, oh, she'll make a lot of money. But she picked the wrong profession.
Well, basketball is a little more. It's
She picked no name it. She picked a profession where they have to wear shorts and a basketball shirt. She picked the wrong profession. If you look at how she likes to dress, she wants to be in bras and panties all the time. You picked the wrong sport.
Well, volleyball players, you know, they're little, they, you know, they're like kind of cute in them shorts. You know, some of them got that ass.
They wear panties, brother. They don't wear shorts in volleyball. Those are volleyball panties.
Boy shorts. Boy shorts.
Nope, they're panties. They ain't no boy shorts. They're panties.
Female oil wrestling in the Olympics.
Turkish oil wrestling.
The only difference is they wear them in colors, but those are panties, brother.
I'm goofing, but oh my god!
I was thinking you probably might be geeking a little bit or tweaking because you've been drinking or some shit like that.
No, it's 2:00 in the morning, and you know, because of things going on here in the house, I haven't been getting my sleep lately. I mean, look, it's 2:00. I'm up talking to you guys.
Yeah, he's 2 years away from 55. He's an elderly elder.
Look, you have to install a baby gate and security alarms. You know there's an issue.
Who are you installing those things for?
No, my father, he has.
Okay, yeah, I forgot.
He was like when I'm in my office doing my broadcast, I'm down there, and the back door is, you know, connected to my office, leading outside. But upstairs, the steps that lead to the patio is right there. So,
wait, Daddy Bay got dementia? Oh, damn! How bad? How bad?
It comes and goes, but you know, he's 78. So,
man.
I'm here in my office, and I'm hearing talking and sound like somebody trying to move stuff around outside. So I grab Jenny and I go upstairs to go around outside the front door to catch him by surprise. But when I get upstairs and I look in the living room, I see the patio door wide open. Keep in mind, it's 12:30 at night. I'm like, what the fuck? So I go outside and look. The TV and stuff is still there. So then I look down the stairs and my father's sitting at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, damn.
Right, just talking to himself. I'm like, what are you doing out here? And he's like, can you take me around the front? I'm trying to get to my apartment. I'm like, my God, dude, you're already at home. So I had to help him up the stairs, which, you know, doesn't bode well because, you know, he's also a stroke victim. So only one leg is really working for him.
Oh, wow. That's messed up.
Help him in the house. But, you know, it's like, but then I went out, I bought a baby gate that I just screwed into the patio upstairs so he doesn't come down those stairs anymore because he had to sit. He told me I sat and I scooted all the way down. So he, you know, and what the stuff that I heard, I've got like pallets on the side of the stairs. He pushed those over some type of way. got my attention. I heard something like crash, and then I heard talking. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah, so I put the baby gate up so he wouldn't be able to get down those stairs and fall and hurt himself. And then I had to install the alarms on the doors, so if he opens the doors, it'll wake up the house.
Right.
Right, because there have been times 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, I'm getting woken up and he outside, like in the driveway, like at my car, or, you know, or getting ready to walk down the road and stuff. You know, one time I got finished. Lewis was on the phone with me. I come up, it's 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I come upstairs to his bed. He's sitting in the dining room, front door wide open. So yeah, I haven't been getting my sleep as of late. So
First of all, I feel for you and I understand the pain. I can understand that type of pain. It could be, and plus, you know, it can always be a whole lot worse. Imagine if you got a family member you got to take care of because they're sleepwalking and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, same difference. You got to lock it up.
Especially like, you know.
Yeah, I'd rather they be sleepwalking as long as I can before you hurt yourself or, you know, outside the door, you know, I'm good. I can deal with that. You know, my
baby gates. Wait, you ever thought about getting security cameras as well, just to keep an eye on everything? So in case, you know, you might want to get some. I'm just saying, you might need to get some like security cameras installed in certain rooms. Just make sure, like, if you just like look around, like, what's he doing?
I don't have to do all that. That's going too far for me. You know what I'm saying?
You sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. That's going way too far for me. But you know, I mean, because he don't go nowhere. He normally just be in his room sleep. He either sleep or you watching Star Trek or baseball or something. But it's his nighttime activities that, you know what I'm saying, because nobody's keeping an eye on him, and that's when he's most active. So as long as I can keep him in the house or catch him before he, you know, because the other
you can't afford help, huh?
Right. The other night when he was out there, I almost went to bed early, but I'm just up on TikTok, you know, just watching videos. You know how you get caught up in the scroll and you get in the rabbit hole, and that's when I heard it. So it's like, what if I went to bed at 11 and then he'd have went out there? He'd have been out there all fucking night. No telling what would have happened.
Daddy, what are you doing out here?
That's what
I'm doing out here. Come
here. Scared the shit out of me. I thought I was had to put.
I mean, you ever consulted, like, you ever had a stay at home, like an in-home, like a nurse or something like that, you can talk to, who can help you how to deal with this shit?
Both of my parents live with me. When I moved down here, I moved my mother down here because she's an epileptic. I don't have to worry about her. You know, modern medicine killed her seizure. She ain't had a seizure in 3 years.
Amen to that.
So she keeps an eye on him during the day. Their rooms are right next to each other. Keep in mind, my parents been divorced since I was 2. I mean, not to really put business out there, but you know, so and trust me, I have family members, they be like, damn, how the hell you pull that off? Like, because it's my way or the fucking highway. Like shit, I'm in charge now. You know what I'm saying? I'm too old for whoopings and saying boo-boo. You know, if you want safety and security, then you stick with me, or you can go out there and chance it on your own. What's it gonna be? I ain't holding hostage.
Nah, what I'm thinking about, what I'm thinking is like, what I'm trying to say is like, you know, it's not easy to deal with, you know, family members who are going through some shit like that, because like it takes a toll on you, and it takes more than just one person just to make sure that everybody's all right.
Well, you know, it's 1.5 of us, and that's enough. I mean, everything's good as long as, you know, nobody's being hurt or nothing. Then I'm good. You know, my whole thing is I just had to secure the house a little harder. And I took care of that today. But yeah, sometimes I don't get sleep. So sometimes that's why Like when I be doing my broadcast or I'm on late like this, I get to snapping on y'all. It's not personal. It's just that when I'm sleepy, I'm very grumpy and cranky. So
Irritable.
yeah, so I apologize to y'all if I've ever snapped on y'all. It's nothing personal. I mean, I'm still here. I still talk to y'all and shit. It's just
and ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand. Yeah. And understanding, ladies and gentlemen, this shows that we are more than just they probably, but hold on a second. What I'm trying to say is, ladies and gentlemen, they think this show is only about bashing women. Hell no. We talk about issues that affect Black men, and it shows how we're multifaceted we are.
Well, I don't need, for the record, I'm not trying to say y'all are, but I don't need pity. I don't need the pity. Like
No, we ain't talking about petty. It's no pity. It's no pity, but
hello,
love, respect, support.
Hello. I don't need the pity.
Hello.
I don't. That's why I don't ask for nothing from nobody. I can handle it.
Good.
You know, this is me explaining myself.
Okay.
The situation, but trust me, I'm strong enough to deal with it. It's not that big of an issue. I can handle it.
All good.
Yeah, that was me back in 2009 with my dad. He had bone cancer, and even though he was at home, but I not 2009, 2004, 2004. I had just gotten married, and right after I had gotten married, found out Dad had bone cancer, and I was telling my mom, like, when it came to like taking him to chemotherapy and all of that, she couldn't do all that by herself. And my sister would live at home. She still lives at home with my mom. She would sometimes she would take him, but I would try to take him at least three. If he had, I told my mom, I said, set up the chemotherapy for the afternoon so I can go in and I could, pick him up from work, and from work I could take him to the hospital. I could, and try to, give my mom and my sister a break from that, because it's tough, man. When you have a parent that's, going through it. Say, with my uncle who passed away not too long ago, unfortunately he had dementia, and it got really, really bad. I mean, it got really bad. But thank God, yeah, man. He got 7 kids, so they were his daughters, and he's got 2 of his children who are nurses. So they gave him, in-house care and stuff like that, and they work with their mom and appointments and things of that nature. But with him, with my uncle, particularly with my uncle with the dementia, man, getting him in, because he's a farm boy. He was a farm boy, and you get him out in the garden, doing some gardening, planting a few things here and there. He was content. He was really, really, really content. But those meds, man, those meds knocked it. I mean, he was functional and everything like that. But it's tough when your parents are getting older and taking care of. I think out for my mother. My mom is 74. She's doing really, really well. Really well. And
Amen to that.
Yeah. So, hey, babe, I hear you, bro. I'm praying for you, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Because it's tough. It's really tough.
Oh yeah, because he was, when I was in Ohio, he was in hospice care ever since 2008.
What?
Yeah. When we shut down, when we sold the store, we sold the store because he was sick then. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, when did he get diagnosed? When was he diagnosed, first of all?
What, with cancer?
No, which with dementia?
Shit, I would say about November.
Okay. Oh, he just got diagnosed with it.
Yeah, because before it was just him being him, but then I started noticing it would be okay. Like, I'll never forget, I was in the kitchen making something to eat, and all of a sudden I hear him shouting in his room. Now, keep in mind, our house is long, so his room is on the other side of the house. I'm hearing him shouting. So I go and run. You know, my mother standing there, she looking all scared. I'm like, what the fuck? And he shouting, get down, get down. Oh, they trying to kill us. They trying to kill us. You know, because he's a 2-tour Vietnam vet.
Okay.
That's PTSD right there. He had a flashback.
Yeah, when it came, that's when I was like, hold up. I was, you know, I had to hold him like, dude, like, relax. You're at home. And then he slowly came out of it. Matter of fact, but last Wednesday, he laid in his easy chair in his room. He all crouched down. I'm like, what are you doing? You know, like, you don't hear that? And I'm like, hear what? It was like, those are gunshots. I was like, those aren't gunshots. Those are the work trucks, you know, on the other street. They doing the wood chipping and stuff. So, you know, I'm thinking that it's over with. You know, I go, you know, do my thing, come back, and to give him a soda, you know, and he still slouched down. I'm like, dude, you ain't set up yet? This has been like a whole hour later. Like, you ain't set up yet? He was like, you don't see that? And he pointing at the wall. And I'm like, what? You don't see them bullet holes? Right. That's I started laughing. I said, dude, where they at? Where they at? I'm rubbing my hand. Where? Like, where? Is this a hole? Is this a hole? Where the hole?
What are you talking about?
Hey, babe, you know what's so funny about that? Because when my uncle, when that first started kicking in on him, he would literally drive from the country, right, into my dad's house. And that's a 45-minute drive.
Woo.
And yeah, you know, and he would drive out. He'd come over. One day I'm over there. He said, he started talking to me because he thought I was my dad. Boy, man, God damn it, they after me. He thought the feds was after him because his son was kind of pussyfooting around with making a car payment that my uncle had signed off on because he was retired from GM and my cousin got a Cadillac. And so my cousin he was making his payments on time. It just wasn't the way he wanted to see them make the payments on time. He's like, God damn it, they're coming after me. The feds is coming. I was like, oh, child, nobody's coming after you. It's okay. It's all right. And he looked around, and then my dad would say, you know, they old country boys, you know. So
yeah.
So once my dad said, hey, boy, you know, he said that's how they say it to all my uncles and my dad. That's how they would greet each other. And then when my uncle heard it, he recognized it. And he was like, how they call me, they doing this and such and such. And he said, no, man, you all right, man. Ain't nobody after the feds, ain't after you. You're all right. Come. And so it was so funny because my uncle got so scared. When I got over there, I'm over there. My uncle did. Now, mind you, my father's going. He's got cancer. He got his left leg is amputated, so he's laying in the bed. Man, my uncle got right in the So, but wait a minute, hold on. My uncle got right in the bed with him. Like, yeah, man, I tell you this thing. And I'm like, now what y'all think y'all 5 and 6 years old again? Because when they were younger, it's a 10 of them. You know, so
they had to share a bed.
Yeah.
So he
back then like sardines.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it was okay, man. But it's a challenge. But it it's our family, man. It's our family, the people we love. They showed us all the good stuff in the world, and that's how I look at things, man. I take the positive with it. You know, because look, when I was a kid, I ain't have to work for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy was there. So when my father got sickly, I was gonna be there for my father. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
And all I know is when I heard AL talking about t-shirts and panties, I was thinking about that song back in the 90s, Al Bay. Remember that song? T-shirts and my panties.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
How we can remember that, but can't remember calculus.
When did I talk about that?
Well, you talking about that basketball player doing a OnlyFans deal. You know, I heard you.
Liz Cambridge.
Uh,
When all I heard when I heard that T-shirt and panties, that's the first thing I thought about that song. I'm like, damn, I used to like that song back in the day.
Yeah, y'all ain't shit for that. Y'all ain't
that's
shit,
what
but I'm
I'm
gonna say
saying.
this. I'm
We
gonna
ain't
say this.
shit.
Eventually, you know I gotta say y'all ain't shit. Electrician, you funny as hell about that, but for what it's worth, for real. Wait. I gotta say this right now. On a serious tip. When you talk about family members and everything, and black folks, a lot of y'all gotta do this. Get yourself screened for various diseases and whatnot because y'all don't know your family histories, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right.
There you go.
I mean, me. I gotta talk to my doctor about getting an EKG and everything done because on both sides of my family there's that high blood pressure and shit I gotta worry about. And my dad, God rest his soul, he had a stroke and everything, but at least he died in his sleep, like I mentioned. But he and in his own bed in his own house. So motherfucker died the best way possible.
Yeah, amen to that.
The man amen to that. I was upset. I mean, as much as I wanted to cry, I just laughed my ass off because I was like, "You lucky motherfucker, you
Did he have a
lucky
smile on his
motherfucker."
face?
He died in his sleep. I have no
Right.
idea if he died in his sleep. My mom woke up the next morning and found him dead. So I don't know what the details were on that. Okay.
Okay.
But what I will say is, my mom's okay. But I remember before my dad had a stroke, he and we had that talk. We had a serious talk about prostate cancer. And my dad was a boomer, 70s cat through his core, right? Because of him, I learned about the 70s, even though I was born in the early 80s. I asked him, Dad, do you remember Charlie Wilson from the Gap Band? They said, yeah. Do you know that he was do you know he's a prostate cancer survivor? They said, don't worry. Charlie Wilson, in 2011, he underwent treatment for prostate cancer. In fact, he has a song called "If I Believe." Because understand, also this year he's celebrating 30 years of sobriety, by the way, as well as 30 years of marriage.
Oh, good for him.
Good for him. Because remember, his wife was his wife is his. No, you know how he met his wife? His wife was his counselor when he went to rehab. His wife is Persian, by the way. But anyway, 30 years of marriage and their 30 years sobriety. But I remember at the 15-year mark, was it 2010? Yeah, 2010, from 95 until 15. Around the time he lost his brother Robbie. Robbie died of a heart failure. He died of heart failure. So while maintaining his sobriety, he had to undergo treatment for cancer, prostate cancer, which they caught early because his wife was convincing him to go get tested. All the while maintaining sobriety. He was a good thing that he had his family with him. Just even when they're all going through the tough times, he had his wife in his corner and everybody just in his faith to help him maintain his sobriety while he was undergoing treatment for prostate cancer. That's where the song "If I Believe" comes in. Okay. But I remember telling my dad but when I told my dad about that, this is 2013 is when I talked about it. I also told him, do you also remember Richard Roundtree? And he said, why? Because Richard Roundtree was, back in '93, Richard Roundtree was diagnosed and underwent treatment for male breast cancer. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just saying brothers need to get tested for that. Because I remember, my dad got tested a couple months later within that time. And he got tested, came back okay. I asked my mom how he do. He said he did okay. And then when I asked him, Dad, what do I need to do to get prepared for mine? Because I figured, hey, one, if you can do it in your 60s, I can do it in my 30s. On top of that, I'm forever grateful I grew up with your size 10 in my ass, as I would tell him. I would say I'm not afraid of a doctor's finger because I grew up with my father's foot in my ass. So I'm grateful for that. And I was told him, dude, what do I need to do? Since you went through that, I just want to know, what do I need to do to get prepared for that stuff? He said, oh, just do this and third. Are you worried about anything? I said, no, but it's better to find out now than later. And, you know, and I remember having to argue with my doctor about it. And he then finally, when I got tested, he had me do the PSA test, blood work screening, which was like they said, nothing wrong with that. You're good. I said, okay.
That's good.
But I know I'm going to go back a couple years. Yeah, but I know I'm going to go back a couple years to get that thing done. And I said, hey, I don't mind a finger in my ass. I mean, for what it's worth. It's just an exam. There's nothing wrong about it. People just looking too much into it. I remember having a conversation with a woman about that. And she was like, she was just joking about, about it. But I said, lady, I don't think you should be laughing about me going through a prostate exam, especially considering all the shit you got to go through when you go see the gynecologist.
Yeah, you know the thing about it is go. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And I remember, I said, like, I know, because I've watched some videos. I know the shit you guys have to go through when you have to get the pap smear. And I don't laugh about that because I understand cervical cancer is no joke. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. What I was gonna say, man, you're right about that. And the thing about it is that those kind of jokes where you're saying that the young woman was kind of being jokative about it and all that stuff, man, this is serious business. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I mean the first time that I had to take the first time I took a prostate exam was when I was 40 years old. Now, I'm going to give you a little backdrop story about what I used to do. I used to work out a lot. And, electrician, he didn't always work. I always worked out, but I had some, let's just say I had some help with my working out because I was trying to really beef up. And, I won't lie. I used to juice. This is way back, 20, 25 years ago. I juiced.
It's understandable.
And, I was taking testosterone from Glutarol, Winstrol for stripping down and everything like that. And I went in and I had to go I went to the doctor and I went and had my first prostate exam. And let me tell you what I found out. My prostate was enlarged.
Oh.
It was enlarged. But I explained to the doctor, he said, what have you been doing? I said, man, he looked at me, he kind of looked at my physique. He said, what have you been doing? I said, man, and I told him the truth. He said, oh, okay. He said, let me tell you something, young man. I need you to stop doing what you do, doing that mess, because you're destroying your body. You don't even know it. And he said, I want you to come back in 6 months, but I want you to get off your cycle effective immediately. And so when he told me that, I threw all my syringes away. I threw all my little bottles of the stuff that I was using. I would give myself a shot in my cheek once a week. And I stopped doing that. Just started working out regularly, clean. My diet was still pretty decent. And I went back to the doctor, and then he said, you know what? He said, hey, good job. He said, I said, it's back to normal size. He's like, yeah, you back to normal. He said, you can't afford to do that. He said, do you not know that many African American men died prematurely because of prostate?
Gesundheit. Yeah.
He was telling me.
On top of that. Yeah. I'm sorry, electrician, not to interrupt, but let's not forget but it's a little important fact here, folks. When they screen you for prostate cancer, they also screen you for testicular cancer. They examine your testicles as well. So I'm pretty sure when he checked your prostate and found that by the way, what you described about your prostate being swollen, that's prostatitis. That means your prostate has been inactive, and usually it means it's inflamed because the pH in there has become acidic instead of alkaline. Because remember, semen is alkaline to protect the sperm cell from the uric acid inside the urinary tract, urethra. And he also had to examine your testicles because your balls, those are affected through when you're taking performance enhancers.
Yeah, they shrink up.
They shrink up. They become you become sterile.
Yeah, because the thing about it is that what happens is because you're introducing your hormones, your testosterone from an external place, and not from your scrotum, not from your you know what I'm saying? And that's your testosterone. That's what builds your testosterone up. So when you getting it from an external place in your scrotum, it just shuts it down. Like, oh well, we got testosterone. We're producing testosterone. We don't need to. You know, your ball sack is saying, oh man, we don't have to do nothing. We're on a vacation right now. You know what I'm saying? But that was the scary part about it. And man, that's been over 20, well over 20 years, man. And you know, I thank God that I stopped that, because I had a roommate. Roommate. He was a bodybuilder, man.
Oh yeah.
He gave me the rundown who juices and who doesn't. He was telling me, like, he played football for Baylor. He was a quarterback for Baylor University from Texas. And he was we were talking about this, and he was telling me, he was like, yo, let me tell you something. I tell you who the biggest juicers and abusers of juicers are people who do track and field. I said, what? He said, yeah. So when, you know, this is where right around when, this is after Jackie Joyner Kershaw died, he was like, yo, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
He said, God, people who do this for a long period of time, like Jose Canseco and all these other people, man, he said, man, look, they got, but this guy was humongously big. And he was just giving me the whole rundown on it. And then after, you know, that was before the conversation with the doctor. But once I had that conversation with the doctor, and I just stopped it immediately, man. I wanted a normal life. Don't get me wrong. I like being big. At that time, I wanted to be big and everything. But I was like, man, it ain't worth it for me to cut my life short. You know, my life short. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, because a lot of these guys,
man.
No, I hear what you're saying, but what I want to say is also is like, you're supposed to have because a lot of people don't do blood work. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they had to do some blood work, and they will and endocrinologists will tell you that. By the way, folks, an endocrinologist is a doctor who specializes in hormones and enzymes. So that's somebody you got to look to. That's somebody who you have to talk to, especially when it comes to if you have like growth hormone issues or blood work, or if you have like say type 2 diabetes. They got to talk to you. That's someone you got to talk to, because they gotta tell you about the importance of understanding insulin and glucose levels. But anyway, an endocrinologist will tell you, you have to have your testosterone levels within an optimal range, because too little of it can have some damage to you, right? But too much testosterone or too much steroids will fuck you up, will destroy, because you get the acne, the back knee, it heightens your aggression, and you can end up developing a heart failure and other things like that. I mean, you remember the movie, The Program, that football program, that football college movie with
was it James
what's his
King?
name?
Yeah, because the white
James Conn. The defensive lineman, he was juicing. Remember, he was trying to find ways to get out of to pass the test. And then, like in that final game, like, you know, James Conn was looking at him, and then he stopped him. He said, and he looked him right in his eyes, and he could see his eyes were like bloodshot, and his eyes were like
they were wild.
His pupils were dilated. They were wild, and he realized.
He was.
He told him to sit down, and then he was juicing, but he found a way to to avoid the kid tested popping in the test.
Yeah, because he did stop for a while, but he wasn't as effective as he used to be.
Yeah,
so
and you remember how? And you remember at the end of the game, he was sitting there on the bench by himself crying because he realized, it's over. But the thing is like, people. But the thing about that is like, I'm glad, Electrician, you brought this up, because one thing we got to consider, especially when people talk about like hormones and shit like that, is you got a lot of people out here who like, especially like some people who are on the right, who take shots at people on the left saying you soy boys and everything, and then calling people and then like they like to shame people by saying you got low T. And put out some pseudoscience and everything. And women are also like, disrespecting certain men by saying, oh, you got low T, or you got or you're going through menopause or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And they don't know a
People,
damn thing about endocrinology, about the human anatomy like that. So
it's
we
so
got to
funny.
defend ourselves and educate ourselves about the truth of all this. This is why you need to watch This is why I think, watching documentaries, also talking to your doctors to get the right information. And don't be afraid to do some blood work.
Yeah, but calling them dudes soy boys, that's not it. They just bitch made.
Pretty
It's just
much.
bitch made dudes who run around here
I
chasing.
know, but there are some people who aren't soy boys to get thrown with that insult, my dude.
No, I get it, but the majority of them are just dudes that are simping for liberal
Mhm.
pussy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hey,
they got
babe.
a
Hey,
Yeah.
attitude. They got a
hey,
bitch's
babe.
attitude.
How far did that get them?
Sorry, I just
How
had to
far?
put it in there.
No. How far did that get them, babe?
Man, don't get them very far. I mean,
Mhm.
goddamn. I mean, look at who was talking about the 4B movement after the election. And it's like,
Huh.
but conservative men aren't fucking you. Like, so you're punishing the dudes that you want to date or the dudes that want to date you. You're punishing them by, saying that you're going to close your legs to conservative men as if, you know, what conservative man is chasing after you when you're not even his type? It's like black women.
You might be a side chick or something like that, or they just like a slow Tuesday, but more often than not, they ain't messing with you.
Right, miss backseat of the parking lot, or in the bathroom of a club because you have no moral ambiguity. You're just out there. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You're the
the
single
thing.
mothers of the world. You're
Listen,
doing
babe.
yourself a favor by closing your fucking
Yeah.
legs.
Yeah.
That didn't last too long.
No, it didn't. And here's the thing about it. It is so crazy about that. It's funny you mentioned that because this thought was running through my mind when you were saying this. Is that when they started that 4B movement, right? So you talked about going
Mhm.
down that rabbit hole, TikTok, right? So I'm on TikTok today, right before I got to go to work, and I'm on that rabbit
Okay.
hole. And
Oh.
the funny thing about it was, I pulled up about 6 different videos. Now I'm here in Detroit, and all these about women here in the city of Detroit. And you know what they all were
Mhm.
saying? Check this out. This is what
What?
they were saying. Where the
What's
niggas
that?
at? Where the niggas at? Y'all don't want to talk to us? Y'all don't want to date us no more? Oh, bitch, this is what you wanted. You getting listen, you wanted to go with the party that favored eugenics. You decided and you roll with it. You decided to roll with the party. On top of that, your feminist ideology. You roll with that. That's
Mhm.
coupled with eugenics. That's kind of come out of eugenics, if you will,
Right.
somewhat. So everything that you guys decided to roll with, and then the killer part is that you spoke the word. You brought the listen. I don't know how many people believe in the Bible, but I do believe in what you say comes to reality. That's why in the book of
Mhm.
Proverbs, Solomon said he started the verse as death and life is in the power of the tongue. Notice he used death first. He didn't use life. He put death first. God, look,
Correct.
man. All these people are literally killing everything. They're killing their own lineage, bro.
Yeah.
You are killing it to a fact that you will never reproduce a little version, a mini you version, because you all decided to take on this ideology. And,
Two
and,
generations.
and
2 generations to get up out of this shit.
no,
With the way, with the laws that and policies that this administration is slapping down, if
oh
they
man,
stick, 2 generations.
bro. I
Hopefully.
tell you, I tell you another thing about. I tell you another thing that's going to really kill them. I had it.
Just a
I
minute,
went to.
electrician. Just a minute.
Okay,
Just a minute. Charles. If you're still there, can you let Ray or Hama come on up? He's waiting in the back.
With
All right.
cheeseburgers.
Continue. Sorry. Continue. Continue,
what I'm
electrician.
saying. What I'm saying is, so
Hmm.
I'm reading. I'm going back. I'm rereading this book by Charles Francis. I mean, Charles. I'm sorry, Charles Galton Francis. He was the He's the grandson of Charles Galton Darwin. I'm sorry, that's his name. He's the
Oh,
grandson of
okay.
Charles Darwin.
Yeah, Charles Darwin's for Senate. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He wrote a book called The Next Million Years. Okay. And I'm like, y'all motherfuckers that ain't seeing this shit. Y'all sit there and y'all took upon this ideology, and everything was about you, like you were your own personal God. Like nobody, like a lot of let's be honest, in our community, the sisters, they were their own personal God. Remember, they said we a goddess, right? That's what they said, right? Well, you ain't no God. How you gonna be a goddess when, first of all, we make these babies. Yes, you do. But however, you are somebody put this in the chat. Women are the life bearer. They bring forth the life. We as men, we are the life givers. Does it make sense?
They conceive, we sire.
There it is. If it wasn't for me planting in your field, ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing happening. Okay.
And they say sperm is cheap.
Good luck with that.
But
the thing about it,
cheap sperm is cheap. Quality sperm is at a premium.
Hello. Say it again, babe.
Quality sperm is at a premium.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means if you on your A game, that means you got all the options you want in the world. But the thing about it is, excuse me. The thing about it is that, like you said, it's going to take 2 generations. But here's the killer part. It may even knock it down quicker than just 2 generations. They may be knocked down to 1 generation. I'm going to tell you why. The thing is now, so back about 2-3 weeks ago, I emailed Mr. Z an article from the New York Times and the Washington Post, and it was talking about how Trump was going to use this False Claims Act against Harvard University. And the thing is, and I said, what is the False Claims Act? And I went in there and I read upon the False Claim Act. Basically, the False Claims Act is this: if old girl Professor Keisha, right, she pulls money from the government for research purposes, right? She gets money from the government for research purposes, and let's say the work she does, is not correct. It is not accurate, okay? And the university went along with it, and then whoever published a company that signed off on it, and she writes a book and writes all these books and whatever on this information that's totally not true. Somebody like Dr. Thunder, Gigi, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, Dr. Neil, they can say, wait a minute, I got proof that what she wrote was falsified. It was not accurate information, and the university and the publishing company went with it, and therefore those individuals, actually anybody on this panel right now can do it. Okay, and you can go to court, sue them, say, hey, they lied about this information, and the thing is, but they use government money for the research purpose. That's what gets it, because you use government money, and you either, if you didn't do your homework, or you just wanted to just be, lopsided about it, or just wanted to cherry pick some certain things, and all your information is falsified. Guess what? You liable to get the university, that individual, and that publishing company can be sued. Oh, and by the way, when you win, you get, so let's say the government says, okay, University of California, Berkeley, you gonna pay us back $30 million. You gotta pay, but you as the complainant, you could get 15 to 30% of that money. See what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So think about it. So think about if Dr. Curry who was at Texas A&M who got ran off, and these professors who were writing books that were not true, and if they used government money, Texas A&M, they could be liable for a nasty bill.
Remember that chick that was the dean of Harvard, the black chick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Perjury and stuff. She was anti-Israeli, pushing anti-Israeli doctrine, and was caught up in a perjury scandal. No, not perjury. Was it when you copy somebody else's work?
Plagiarism.
Yeah.
Plagiarism.
Scandal. With them black women, that DEI shit. I know you heard what they issued, the State Department, what they issued, not just for Harvard, but for all foreign students here on student visas, where they can't keep their social media platforms, they cannot be privatized. They have to be open to the public, or else they'll lose their student visas. They'll be kicked out of the country because of the terrorist situation. I mean, you see what the Supreme Court did today. They said, fuck this shit. That district court, a federal judge that blocked the deportations, they finally got off their asses and overturned that shit.
Good.
Yeah. So they about to start deportations again. And in the big beautiful bill, they are asking for more agents and more money for Homeland Security. Matter of fact, they had Pam Bondi today. She was before Congress, and they were grilling her about the DOJ because they know the understand the Democrats are under the control of foreign interest groups. You know, that being the cartel, the Hamas, and the CCP, and probably no telling who else. All right, because they're so anti-American. They were funding these people with American taxpayer dollars through USAID and whatnot. And now that the money has been cut off, these people still want their favors. Do you understand? This is why they're fighting very hard. I mean, I could see if you call yourself trying to keep the illegals that are here that aren't criminals, that are like hardworking and everything. But when you're breaking your neck for people who like to rape and murder little girls for sport, all right, you clearly you're in somebody's pocket. Or right. So I mean, so they were going after Pam Bondi. They're trying to, in all honesty, they're trying to make her quote unquote unfit for her job because they know what's coming. They know if the big beautiful bill is already passed Congress, it just has to pass the Senate, and they know that it's getting ready to go up for the vote in the Senate. So they're trying to get rid of her. They can't get rid of Cash, so they're trying to get rid of her because they know that once it passes and Cash Patel finishes his second round of lie detector tests with his agents, because they found, I know it's such a spider web, they found all these files in a secret room tucked off in the back of FBI headquarters that they were trying, I guess you can't destroy it because it's it's obstruction. You know what I'm saying?
You get obstruction charges for destroying evidence.
Exactly.
Suppressing and destruction of evidence.
Right. This was the previous administration. So they were trying to hide it. I mean, remember where they found the Epstein files? It was in an office building in New York, down in the parking garage, tucked away somewhere. Right. So what's going to happen is they're going to hire more agents, more ICE agents, more FBI agents or whatnot, and Secret Service, everything. And what's going to happen is that's when you're going to start seeing these arrests of Democrats. I mean, just outside of them putting their hands on federal agents, we're talking about, the ones that have been stealing taxpayer money and all of this stuff. I mean, they're really going to go after them. I've been pissed off about it because I'm like, damn, like, what the fuck is taking y'all so long? But when I sat down got my frustrations out the way and sat down and looked at the whole puzzle, I see what's going on there. I mean, unfortunately, remember David Hogg was trying to primary the Democratic Party to get all of the old heads out.
Yep.
And they got rid of him. He was right. Yep. You do need a change in leadership now that you guys aren't making the money anymore, and you're still pushing all of this trans stuff and all of this stuff. No, y'all are your paymasters are trying to help destroy the country, and we can't have that. I mean, David Hogg, for all intents and purposes, no matter what a feckless scumbag that he is, he's still pro-America, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah.
He's not down with the agenda. So they got him up out of there. But I mean, we can sit up here and say we need bipartisanship, which is true. We do need bipartisanship. But at the same time, you cannot have the other part of that party. They cannot be a criminal organization. They have to go. You just have to start over with new leadership. Oh, and by the way, because understand one of the main reasons why they're trying to keep the illegals here, all of them in the first place, is that they need them to count against the census so they can have more seats in Congress. So that way they can block whatever the Republicans are doing, most namely Trump, and then try to take control of the Senate, within 2 to 4 years after the primaries. But shortly after Elon left, I mean, it was like the next day, Congress granted Doge full access into the Social Security system. Remember before, they only gave them read access. Remember?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, now they have full access. So all these people with these double birthdays on all these Social Security numbers and whatnot, they're running through that. I mean, because some of these people are actually, they're here on visas. They're actual, citizens or going through the citizenship program or whatnot. They're legal. They're here legal, but it's the illegals that they really have to go after. And in all honesty, I would say once they cut off the Social Security numbers from all of those people, they're gonna be forced to self-deport, because I mean, we all know you can't buy a pack of gum without a Social Security number in America.
Nope, no, you can't.
Right.
And you can't get a job. And see what they were doing, what a lot of these illegals were doing. The people that were here legitimately, even the people that were legitimate, they would share their information, right, to the other people, and that's how they were getting hired into the job. That's how they were kind of merging into our society, and everything is cool and hunky dory. But the thing about it is, even the one thing I liked about what Elon Musk did with Doge is expose all the fraud. Okay, that's one. Now you got my man Alex Karp from Palantir and say, oh yeah, we got the AI software that we can pretty much identify all your illegals. We got the all CNI. Okay, that's what Palantir out of the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, we got the all CNI, and we can pinpoint all your illegals that's here, that people are here illegally, right? We can pinpoint that, and that's why he got called. He got a letter from Congress. A couple of was it last week? Sometime he got a letter from Congress talking about, we ain't really liking it because they scared, and it was all Democrats that signed off on it, and they scared, bro. They are scared. These people are scared. Some of these people in Congress, they going to prison, bro.
Oh yeah, you see what guy that was selling the Social Security numbers? He sold over 400,000 Social Security numbers. His ass is in jail right now.
Yeah.
One of the black guy that worked for USAID who was trying to embezzle $550 billion. His ass pleaded guilty. He getting sentenced in November. You think that motherfucker ain't gonna snitch?
Oh shit, he about to snitch it. He better tell it. He better tell it. Because if he don't, he gonna be sitting down for a couple of decades.
Yeah,
he gonna be an old ass man. But see, the thing about it is, all of this is being uncovered. and just regular people who were voting, you know, they were voting Democrat, are seeing this shit. You know, just regular folks. They seeing this like, wait a minute, this was going on all this time. You mean these people were abusing my tax dollars? Oh no, we can't have this. We can't. I can't accept. So a lot of they're imploding, and the base is imploding. The constituents are they don't know what's going. They running around here with their heads cut off.
They can't make sense of everything.
Man,
Can't make heads or tails of a lot of things.
The thing is, they going on TikTok talking about. I seen a video of a young lady today. She was talking about, I'm so ready to get out of this country. I'm like, well, where the fuck you going, girl? You think where you gonna go to make some money at, huh? Where you gonna go to Canada? Oh, okay then.
Yeah, they got it worse than us.
Thank you.
The only place, there's only a few places that have it better than America, and the only place that is affordable is Japan.
Yep.
They ain't go. Listen, they ain't going nowhere. Ain't nobody going. All this talking about, I got to get out of America. You ain't going no goddamn where. You. This is your country, and for you to run from your own fucking country, you running from your country. See, I don't see.
Where you gonna go?
Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Huh? Where you going?
And be a personal potty.
Okay, good.
You're not. First of all, I mean, a lot of these people say they're gonna go somewhere. First of all, it's not like you can't do like Theo Wolf or Passport OG or some other brothers who've gone overseas and made a life for themselves over there.
Mm-hmm.
And they did the research. There's a couple brothers who had lived who lived overseas when they were in the military, and decided they were going to stay there because they realized things are better over there. They can't go because if they go back, they know the bullshit they're going to be going back to. They don't want that.
Benefits. They get their benefits. They get their check.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
They ain't about that. They're like, nah, we good. We good here. We all right here. I'm all right. I'm all right. I got because you because you also understand like the cost of living isn't as hard. I mean, there's some brothers who talk about like life in the Middle East and shit. And I'm like, I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I can relate to that because I grew up in that situation. Although in my case it was a little different because it's a tiered system, especially when you're a foreign national living there. In some other countries, you got to understand the tax laws and also study the language and know how to live there. You can't just go there and think you can act the way you do, like most Americans do, like it's entitlement shit. You can't do what some of the white folks try to do. You're going to end up all kinds of fucked up. Y'all remember Bacardi Henderson?
No. Well, wait. Yeah. That name sounds familiar.
He was that young kid. He was a young 18-year-old who got killed in Greece.
Oh, with the brass knuckles.
I don't know. It was a bunch of Serbs who did it, and this was it was when he and his buddy, he and his friends from high school, they went to Greece as a graduation gift.
Yeah.
And
I remember. Yeah, they was talking the women. They were talking with the women. The dudes didn't like it, and they beat him to death outside the club.
They chased him outside, and they chased him, and they took his ass outside of a club, and I'm like. They got, and eventually his family they didn't get any justice. Honestly, they kind of got cheated out of justice. Why? Because like first of all, the perpetrators, they got convicted on the lesser charges, but for murder and everything, they just said we couldn't convict them because of lack of evidence. What I think is bullshit. I mean, the security cameras, everything showed what they were doing.
Yeah, we saw the attack on video.
And the fucked up part was that the defendants, they looked at each other and they just high five each other, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna get off easy. But I'm saying is like the reason I'm saying is that you cannot go to certain countries and think you're gonna be okay. You can't do what white people can do.
Especially
you're still black, no matter. In Europe, they got flat blackness. the way they have flat blackness in the U.S. and in the Arab world. But when they realize what nationality you is, then you're gonna probably have some problems, or you're gonna be okay, depending on what.
You know who go to European countries? Black
Who?
women. Black women. Black men go to Europe, don't go to European countries like that. If anything, we go to melanated countries.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
You know, because I understand the whole safeties and numbers, but it's really a matter of familiarity. Because
that too.
Right, you do have a black population there that's blended in. You're more accepted, especially by the males in the country, because they know that you're the type that more than likely they'll either prostitute their women to you, or they'll overcharge you on something. You got to pay that American tax or foreigner tax, as they call it. Walking ATM, and they appreciate that. But that doesn't mean that you're completely safe. Look at that white that was in southern Philippines, where they told his ass, stay the fuck out of there. But he down there making YouTube videos, and he was loan sharking, in case y'all didn't know.
Which part of the Philippines was it?
He was in I'll forget, but he was in the southern region where terrorists like to hang.
Oh, no. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That area.
Yeah.
That area is that part of the Philippines. You're talking about like places like Mindanao, Holo, some places like that. That's near. That area is just like a stone throw away from the Malay archipelago, and the folks down there, although they're Filipino, they're predominantly Muslim, and they don't fuck around like that. You had an insurgency before the terrorism shit, like the group called Abu Sayyaf. You had a group called the Moral National Liberation Front. They were a Muslim insurgency who were trying to secede from the Philippines. They had a peace. They worked out a power sharing and peace agreement with the Filipino government back in the 90s. Okay. But those people, they don't fuck around. They're Muslims. You don't come down to that area because loan sharking is a big no-no in Islam. In Islam, interest-bearing loans, you get your ass fucked up for that.
He was bragging on YouTube videos about this shit. He wasn't calling it, but he was clearly loan sharking.
That's what I'm trying to say. You cannot act a fool and think you can get away just because in the north and in the central part where it's mostly Christian, you can do shit like that. Doesn't mean in the south they cool with you like that. That's why you don't fuck around and down there in the southern parts of the Philippines, in Malaysia, Indonesia, because they're predominantly Muslim. Yeah. In Singapore, even Singapore, that's a different story. You don't want to get caned like that white boy back in '94.
They tore his ass up. He was like, Bill Clinton, help me. And Bill Clinton was like, well, can y'all bring him back? They're like, hold on. Whack.
Hold on.
As soon as he's able to travel, you can have him back.
And you saw pictures of it. You saw the marks of the caning on his ass. His ass got caned. He had to wear a protective belt. So when they caned him, they had to wear a protective belt so he doesn't get paralyzed accidentally.
Yeah.
Some shit like that.
But for those that don't know, the story of what happened to that guy. Like, he was down there, he was, loan shark, and he, bragging about on YouTube. And the night that
the Filipino and down in the Philippines, in the Philippines,
it was 4 dudes posing as police officers. He immediately realized they weren't, but they kicked in the door, beat him up, shot him in his leg, and dragged him out of the house. His wife, of course, they called the police, and they caught 2 of the guys. And then eventually later on they wound up catching the other 2. But the story, because you haven't heard anything, but the story was that a body washed up on shore like a couple of days later that matched his description. They never stop right there. They never did confirm whether it was him or not, because the Philippines, they gonna cover it up because it fucks up their tourism. Right. So yeah, and then you never heard anything else about it, but they caught the dudes who did it. Yeah. So that's what happened. Yeah, he was killed. They said the two guys that they did catch first. They said, yeah, we killed him that night. Killed him and dumped his body in the ocean.
Shit. You know what? This tells you about how valuable white lives and black lives are. Y'all remember Patrice O'Neal?
Yeah.
You remember he had a comedy special called Elephant in the Room? One of his opening jokes was talking.
Where he had on the black hat with the leather jacket.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Oh yeah. His girlfriend did his girlfriend. She did the intro, but she did the instrumental intro. But anyway, he had this bit we talked about. You know how white female lives are more important than other people's lives. Like he asked them, "You guys remember Joran Vandersloot? Y'all know where I'm going with this." Said, "Do y'all remember the white girl he was supposed to kill in Aruba?" And everybody's like, Natalie Holloway. Yeah, you're right.
Supposedly.
Do y'all remember? Yeah. He said supposedly. He said supposedly.
Right, because at the time we didn't know this is
2011. Elephant in the Room.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is around the same time he got arrested for murdering a chick in Peru, right? They said, "Do y'all remember?" Yeah. He said, "Do you remember?" And what was the name of that Peruvian chick he killed? It was exactly. Nobody gives a fuck. Because even the black girl was screaming, "That white girl was Natalie Holloway." But you want to ask me about a Peruvian chick, you're like, "Oh, I don't know what is it." By the way, that chick's name was Stephanie Flores. Her name was Stephanie Flores Ramirez.
He was a moron.
Vandersloot was arrested and got busted for killing her. He ended up doing time. He's still doing time in Peru for that murder. Right. He never admitted to doing, but they did let him out because he had to be flight out to the U.S. for testimony and some shit. But he's still in Peru.
He admitted killing Natalie on camera, but it was inadmissible in court.
Yeah, by a Dutch journalist, by the way.
Yeah, he was in the front. He was in the car with one of his homies, and they had hidden cameras in the car. And he told it. I mean, he didn't tell the whole truth, but he did tell the truth as far as he didn't say that he raped her and strangled her. He just said that they were making out. All of a sudden, she just started convulsing and shit, and she died. Like, no, motherfucker, you attacked her, you raped her and strangled her to death, and then he borrowed the boat.
Nobody knows where the body is, though. But here's the thing I will say.
You're not going to find, that body in the ocean.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing I will say about that case. Because it took place in Aruba. Now, Aruba is part of the Dutch Antilles, which means they're under Dutch law, right? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because remember, Suriname used to be, but Suriname, which is a former Dutch colony, they gained independence through a referendum. No, this is what I'm trying to explain. Okay. It's not like because people think Aruba is just an independent nation, but it's not. It's part of it's a Dutch overseas territory, which means they're still under the Dutch crown, which means they're subjected to Dutch rule and Dutch laws. So if he were, if he was convicted in the Netherlands, if he was convicted in Aruba, it'd be like being convicted in the Netherlands, which means he would have had to be subjected to extradition. Dutch extradition treaties with the U.S., but just because he fled to Peru, which doesn't have any extradition treaties with the U.S., he was able to avoid that shit until he got busted for killing that Peruvian chick.
Yeah, I think what did he do? Didn't he stuff her body in a suitcase
and left it in the hotel room? And you see him leaving. They saw both of them enter the hotel room together, and then he left. And they found the body in his suitcase by the cleaning lady, whatnot. They called the cops, and they found him later.
He couldn't even put it between the mattress like all the other hotel killers.
Yeah.
Shit, but you understand.
Wasn't that guy? I know he was American, but wasn't his parents from India or something like that?
Who, the killer?
Yeah.
I know
Holloway's killer. No, he was Dutch. No, he was Dutch.
Well connected. Like his His father was a
Parents, he was born and raised in the Netherlands, but he moved to Aruba.
Okay.
In fact, most of, like, hell, when I mentioned, the islands as well as Suriname, there's a reason I mentioned that as well, because all the black Dutch people, all the black folks you have in the Netherlands, they were descendants of slaves who were brought to Suriname and to those islands to work in the sugar cane and other plantations.
Yeah, Sonny Holston.
And many of them, yeah.
Her slaver family.
Sojourner Truth's slave owner family were Dutch. Her first language was Dutch, not English. She later spoke English.
What's her name? Kamala Harris.
Her father's Jamaican, mother is Indian.
You forgot about the Dutch part.
I know the Dutch about that.
It was Dutch.
The Netherlands had control of those islands until the 16th century, I guess, 16th to 17th century. During the Oliver Cromwell year, during the time Britain had deposed the monarchy, was under the rule of Oliver Cromwell. That's when they took over, or Jamaica and other islands like that.
Yeah, they were slave traders too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They weren't the only ones. I'll give you another example. The folks who originally colonized the Virgin Islands, they were Danish. Before the British and Americans took over, it was the Danish, and they were bringing slaves.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. When these stupid ass people run around here talking about nobody's illegal on stolen land, I say to them, well then give a migrant your house. And watch the real them come out. Matter of fact, I got the video of a white guy.
They got off the bus up.
Stupid shit like that. Talking about some, stealing is legal, should be legal and all this stuff and whatnot. So the guy that was interviewing, he had a black friend that this guy didn't know nothing about. He was like, well, he's impoverished and poor. Give him your phone. No, I need my phone. I need it to help people. Then all of a sudden, all these other black people, black women and stuff came up. Yeah, give us your phone. Give us your phone. No, I need it. Like, no. You said stealing is legal. We should be allowed to steal, right? Eat the rich and all this shit. Cough it up, John. Yeah. Like, shut the fuck up.
I remember, one of my, something. Oh yeah. When I was still living in Eritrea, I remember I asked one of my cousins, if I could have one of his phones, I'd trade my phone with him. He said, yeah, cool. And then, and it was a good trade and everything, but we understood it. It's all right. It's just a hand-me-down.
What do you want, a cookie?
But it was, huh? Dude,
what's the saying?
Living in Africa was not easy, my dude. Living in East Africa was not easy. We had our problems, man, but we made it work. I made it work. Just the telecom was fucked up in a way. But anyways, you were saying, electrician?
No, I was before. I'm gonna drop down, man. I just had a long day of work, man. But I'm sitting here listening to what we're talking about, and people in particularly, listen, black folks here in this country have had it the worst of the worst, and we got an opportunity to really, really make something on this go around. It's like what Dr. Naylor said. This is we have now an even playing field. We all some niggas now. Okay, so the playing field is evened out, and we have a grand opportunity to really get really do some things in this country right now. And I ain't with the complaining no more. I ain't with the victimization. I ain't with the complaining. I'm just gonna see what we do. We got this, and this, and I'm gonna run it because the thing about it is that it's just going back to what we saw during the riots. I mean, they may not have been big over in LA, but the thing about it, and this is why I go back to Palantir. Yeah, okay, you want to wave those Mexican flags and burn these robo taxis down? Cool. Guess what? We'll know each and one of y'all. We'll get all y'all up out of here. And I'm still with it, bro. I'm still good with it. I don't mind. Listen, the reason why I say I don't mind people, immigrants coming. I married a woman from Brazil. We went through the process. We went through it the
Mm-hmm.
legal way, and I'm all for that. I got guys who I work for them from Mexico. They're being sponsored from the company that they work for. They're being sponsored to stay here, and I'm all for that. I'm good with it. I just tell
That's
people,
legit.
hey,
They're
just make
untouchable.
sure.
They're gonna be all right. As long as they keep their
They gonna
nose
stay
clean,
good.
they're gonna be all right.
They super good.
Mhm.
They super good. But like some of these folks, they pick it up. They like, man, you ain't putting no paperwork. You been here for 20 years and you ain't got a damn lick of paperwork in, no documentation on this. I can't feel sorry for you.
With
I can't feel
deportation
sorry for you.
orders.
Yeah, I can't feel sorry for them. You know what I'm saying? I'm all
Yeah.
for people coming here. And I'm good with it. But if you can come here, make sure your paperwork is tight. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, keep your nose clean. Nobody really has an issue with it. But you got motherfuckers
Shit.
coming in here. Excuse my French, but you got people coming in here. You know, gangs and murderers and you know, essayers and all of that. Man, get rid of them. Send them all back home, man. Send them back. I don't care. You go take them down to what's my man Ecuador or whatever that country is. Is that Ecuador?
You talk about El Salvador.
El Salvador. Thank you.
The Colombian Drake. I call him El Salvador Drake.
The Colombian Drake. He do look like Drake, dude, don't he? He do look like Drake.
Yeah, he's El Salvador Drake.
Yo, let me say something. I gotta say something as well.
So he can get out of here.
And this is, my experience because picking up what electricians putting down to black folks over there. And this is an immigrant who'll tell you, folks, always have your ID. Make sure, it's not just Latino immigrants, black folks. Y'all need to make sure your paperwork is straight because sometimes law enforcement is going to look for an excuse just to fuck with y'all. Some people are just looking for an excuse to fuck with y'all. Make sure you guys have your IDs on point, driver's license, passports. Make sure your tags are all in, you're all straight and everything. But make sure you always have your IDs on you at all times and reachable.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never know when somebody's going to be asked for some kind of ID. And you're saying, I don't got no ID on me. And that's when they ask questions. Or when they look at your driver's license, look, it's expired. Like, what? I got kinfolk who are stateside. And, they always learn to keep their paperwork in order at all times. Because you never know when shit might get ugly. I mean, I keep my ID with me at all times.
Hold on.
And
hold on, electrician. Finish your thought. Go to bed.
No, that was it.
Oh, sorry.
He got it. No, he was good.
Okay.
All right. Let it roll. He good.
All right.
But like I said, it's important to get your paperwork. Because I remember growing up there, it was important to keep our IDs on us, even though our circumstances were different. And I carried that mentality when I came here. Because I meant to make sure. I mean, hell, when I got my citizenship in 2016, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
But because of I had some because I got my vitiligo shit on my face, I had to renew my ID. My paperwork was good, but unfortunately, the photo on my passport and my ID didn't match the face. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I had to get that done. I got that done about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And getting the national ID was cool, but the passport, having to argue with the woman, explain to her about vitiligo, and trying to explain vitiligo to a 50-some-year-old white woman can be a trip sometimes. But I needed to make sure. But like I said, I needed my IDs to be on point because I did make sure the face on the ID matched the face with all the blemishes and everything.
Yeah.
Because if I use my old passport and say I went to Nigeria or I had to go travel somewhere in Africa, they go look at me like, "What is wrong with your face? What is wrong here? No, this person here, what's wrong? Who is this person here? This person is completely black. You look like you had your mother slap the black off you. What's wrong here? What happened to you? What happened? You like Michael Jackson? Is your last name Jackson or something? What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you?
I know it's funny, but but there's a point to all this. You got to make sure you get your paperwork all right because you never know when shit might come left. Because I mean, because you guys saw how many people got like you guys always have to worry about getting pulled over and shit, right? From time to time, and you never know.
But you gotta just have you have to make sure your paperwork legit, man. That's the way to do it, bro. That's the way to do it.
But sometimes you gotta make sure it's on the visor because because some get trigger happy, like he was reaching.
Yep.
Be prepared for that shit, But sometimes those conversations need to be had. Oh, by the way, for the electrician, another discussion, another time. I wanted to ask you about like what's the situation in Detroit because I know like cities like Detroit, Cleveland, Dayton, some places like in Milwaukee and whatnot, y'all had because of they've had to deal with capital flight and shit, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how's that affected those communities?
Well, man, I'm gonna tell you.
Also, New Orleans for that matter.
Yeah, our population did dip down, but over the last couple of years, it's been coming back up. And
all right,
the people who are moving in the city are all people who are from the suburban area, pretty much white folks. Okay.
Oh, gentrification.
Oh man, I live in a historical neighborhood, and in the last 3 to 4 years, there've been more and more young white families coming into this area. Yeah. I mean, because I'm off of. Okay, so where I live off of the first main road in the United States, which is Woodward Avenue, right? I'm like, I can literally throw a stone at it. Okay, and this is a pretty decent neighborhood, and because all of the work, the construction. I mean, they're building brand new apartments. Where right around the corner from me, I got a brand new house that they're building down the street. I'm actually I'm going to buy a couple of lots over here that about $17,000. Everybody, oh, that's so expensive. I said, dude, if you go 1995 in the suburbs, those lots were going for $50,000. $50,000. I said, this is cheap. You know what I'm saying? So it went through. It's going through it, but it's kind of coming. The city is definitely being gentrified every day over here.
See right there, folks, because that's something that Black people have to worry about, right there. Gentrification, capital flight, and things like that, and then trying to force y'all out in certain Black neighborhoods, which are come on, man. I mean, Motown had to come out of something, right?
Look, man. Literally, I'm maybe 3 or 4 minutes from the Motown Museum. That I'm in. I'm in this. Yeah, man. I live in this area, right? And so there's where I live at is in the Boston Edison district. Across the road from me is what is called the North End. Okay, they're building they're building the North End up so much that they literally priced out everybody. You 10 years ago you could have bought a house for $1. Now it's gonna cost you $250,000 minimum. That's your minimum price right there, $250,000.
Damn.
Yep. This neighborhood, 10 years ago, it was at $250,000 just to buy a house over here. Now you're looking at 450 and above. Yeah, 450 to about $1 million. There's a couple of homes that's going for $1.8 million, $1.6 million. Yeah.
See,
so,
and we multifaceted as hell, folks, because we talk about things that affect everybody, and we're giving y'all some insights on certain things here.
Yeah, because you know what? Because as BG said, he would say, he would say, in this situation, I'm gonna reverse it. I said, no, with these niggas over here, we read. We read over here. This the reading crew over here. Because we read, we gotta stay afloat over what's happening out here and everything. So yeah, but all right, y'all. I'm about to get on out here, take me a shower, get in this bed, man, and y'all be safe, man, and I'll catch y'all on the next one, man.